I hope to cover the round number 13, perhaps half of it. I'm not sure if in its entirety, because it's gonna be a marathon. I think these guys will be finishing after like 4 hours or something, all the games. So that'll be quite a commitment, and I'm not sure I can cover again uh, the whole round 13, but at least half of it, I guess. And I think the main factor here would be the your presence, guys. Presence. So it's important to get some of our friends, viewers online and discuss it together. And there you go. We have started now. Round number 13. And Ian pushes the king's pawn, didn't he? Let me refresh again. I think I've just seen an e4 on the board, haven't I? Or it was the board acting weirdly again. Wondering. Okay, let me go back. Yeah, there is an e4. And I can see Gukesh and Alireza played an e4 as well. Okay. And we are going to having a French or a no, e4, e5. I thought I've seen an e6. But hey, that's cool as it is. Hey, what's gonna be? Italian or Spanish? Opening. What's it gonna be? Bishop c4 or bishop b5? What's it gonna be? Which one is it, fellas? Or something else? Unexpected, that is. Right. So hello to my first viewer. That's a Spanish. Ori Lopez, same thing. And then again, it's a plethora of options here for black. A6 comes to mind. I think that's what they normally do. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly as we said. And bishop a4, of course, that's was expected. Now we can see knight f6 and okay, bishop c5. There's nothing wrong. That's good. Now we could see c3 or we could see castles. Which one is it? One of these two. C3 or the or castles short. One of these two. Again, guys, it's a real marathon. A marathon here. It's like 4 hours at least, and these guys want to win. It is important for them to win. That is very difficult to answer at this stage, Sonoji, because he may be any of these three guys, if not any other surprises. So very difficult to make an estimation. No one can do that. I mean, you could just play around with the predictions, but you can't really push a very resolute idea. It could be one of these two guys, or it could be Gukesh, who is playing Alireza Firouzja this evening. So your guess is good as mine. But I'm going to tell you something. I can't make a promise. I can't just throw now a very accurate prediction. But I'm going to tell you something. As the games evolve, I am going to then try a prediction. I need to know what's going on further on. So let's give it 15, 20 more moves, and then we can perhaps try some estimations and predictions and stuff. So totally, that's so cool. So 7.5 for Hikaru, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, and for Gukesh. So anything may happen. Now, I would say a c3 would be normal and I guess theoretical and stuff. We could see d3 as well and stuff like that. So one of these two. So that is Ian Nepomniachtchi with Hikaru. And I think we should be going briefly and maybe slightly extensively for the other games too. So that's Ian Hikaru. The game had just started. Move number 6 to be played now by white. Let me go now to... I'm going to jump directly to Gukesh because these guys actually are on 7.5. Ray Lopez, Berlin defense again. Ooh, interesting. I haven't seen this one. What's going on? And castles, of course. Knight attacks, takes and takes. So now, knight to d2, black to play. Ali Reza's turn. What is he going to do? Is he going to castle? Is he going to play c6? Is he going to play like what? Either castle or c6, or is he going to play e6? It could be very well. It could be a draw, it could be 0-1, it could be 1-0. So no, it could be one of the three. Could be any of the three results, right? Possibilities of a game. Draw 1-0, 0-1. Hello, Strobex, long time no seen. Hey, c6 exactly as we said now. Bishop had been pushed on c4. So, Strobex, I'd like to make a cover for this round number 13. And, you know, it's a very long marathon here. It's like 4 hours at least. I'm not sure I can do like 4 hours head to start. Head to finish, start to finish. So, I mean, I'm going to try to do at least half of it, I guess. And perhaps more, depends on our friends being present here on a stream and... yeah, but anything's possible. I mean, hey, he can pull a victory maybe today. You never know. Chess is chess. Highly psychological. You never know. You never know. So I'm loaded now with some coffees here. Some drinks. So I hope they will serve me right in my attempt to gain clarity in our friendly discussions. Whose turn is now? Ali Reza. So now, guys, you could tell me if you think Ali Reza gonna castle short, or if you think, or if you consider Ali Reza gonna push the d5 forward. That would be also interesting. As for white, you would like also to play this guy, probably knight to f3, hitting this bishop somewhere, and then if you're given a chance, maybe some bishop g5, making a pin. So these are ideas. Broad ideas. Now anything may happen. Bishop c4 played, black's turn. I don't know if Ali Reza going to play d5 or castle short. We'll see. So let's go back now to Hikaru playing black. He may do something interesting this evening. You never know. I don't know who's controlling whose destiny, Strobex. It's an interesting topic for debate, chess-wise and philosophically and existentially as well. You know, it is a very good starting point for a introspection. Controlling his destiny. We'll see about that. Ian to play. So last time I visited, I've made 2 arrows, c3 and d3. Now, if it's something else, I don't know. I guess you're not going to go for bishop takes c6. Doesn't make any sense. Well, he could do knight c3, amongst others. But I guess c3 is more desirable here, right? c3 so that you can allow bishop to c2, if anything. And c3 to, you know, support a d4 move. There you go. I said c3 like 6 minutes ago. I wonder why did Ian spend so much time to play something that we all kind of knew it's supposed to be played. But anyway, guys, let's take it step by step. So, feel free, guys, Strobex, Sonoji, feel free, guys, to type in your candidate moves at any moment. Bloody hell, 4 hours at least, 4 hours plus. That's a freaking long one. Saturday. Coffee and chess, right? Coffee and chess. Perfect combination. Well, some other guys would say wine and chess, but when I do chess, I don't do wine. It's not working. They are separate for my experience. I love wine, but I'd rather have coffee whilst I'm playing chess. No, otherwise, I mean, I'm performing terribly, terribly bad. Okay. Coffee and chess for the time being. Knight to e7. I guess something like this it's being intended, but we did say c3 and d4 as well. Bishop retreats. Can I throw a bishop g5? Or is just a bit too much? Do you know why, Strobix and Sonoji, do you know why I would play bishop g5? It's because just in case black plays f6, of course I'm going to retreat. But then I want to say thank you due to the bishop b3 perhaps. So why not trying to harass the queen a little bit? Why not? Do you think black's going to castle long? I mean, there's so many questions. There's so many questions. So anything may happen. If this thing were for me in a game, online or over the board, bishop g5 would be played instantaneously. I would play bishop g5 just like that. You see? I think it's something with tempo. Bishop g5. It's something with tempo. Either black pushes f6, therefore weakening, or black blocks with a knight, therefore gets itself in a pin. So, Strobix, tell me your honest opinion and tell me what do you think about bishop g5? Because to my understanding, it looks like the right stuff to do. Honestly, guys, Suno G and Strobix, guys, you tell me if bishop g5 is not probably the first stuff you're considering playing here. I would definitely do bishop g5 here. I wonder how many minutes. Yay! Bishop g5! Dudes, I'm happy we've got a lot of move. We've got a lot of move correctly anticipated, so I'm very happy about this. Well, you know, you just sitting by relaxed, enjoying your coffee or your beverage, and you're watching this guys playing, and from the depth of your relaxation, you come up with these ideas. So probably it's not that difficult to coming up with this natural moves here. Hello, David. Join the party here, mate. Join the party, and let's predict as many moves as possible. And I'm quite happy now because I've quite indicated. There you go. I've said that too, because if he didn't play f6, he would have had to block with one of the two black knights. Therefore, white had an extra tempo, so to speak. Now, this one looks exploitable and playable, that is. So now you either do bishop b3 or you do something else. Now, what exactly something else? We can debate. I'd love to play something with the knight, but you got to be careful because black is actually attacking 3 times here. So you can't just say you're going to do knight e2 because you're going to... Actually, you can, can't you? Actually, you can. Because you've got, if I count correctly, you've got 1, 2, and 3. So is knight d2 playable? Knight b d2? Well, after all, that might be. There you go. I think I should write down how many moves I predict. I think I should write down. Because otherwise no one's going to believe me. Okay. All right. I think black would rather move the king away from this very, very, very nasty diagonal. You can't stay with the king on that diagonal just for a starter. Just for a starter, you may want to move the king away. But also, if you're not terribly impatient, you could also explore. I'm not sure. Maybe d6, maybe b5, maybe something like that. Hey, king had been moved. There you go, another one. King h8, of course. What is white gonna do? Well, let's think again. Let's just think again. Rook ac1 feels like a natural way to be playing. Scroll down here. I don't want to lose messages from you guys. So rook ac1 could be one idea here. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Rook ac1. That could be a good option. Bishop c... no, not bishop c2. You don't have a sufficient reason to do bishop c2. Unless you want to play d5, send the knight away, then... No, you don't want to do this. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Maybe bishop b3 if you want to move the bishop away. But do you have to move the bishop now? I'm not sure. What if you push h4, though? Can we think about this kind of stuff? I mean, I'm taking as many ideas as possible, try to figure out which one is it. And I've got quite a few moves until now. For both white and black, and I'm pretty sure you guys noticed exactly the same things. So h4 might be an interesting, aggressive idea. I think you may want to play h4, right? Why wouldn't you? If it's attackable, why wouldn't you? I think the center is quite solid. Very solid, the center. Why wouldn't you play h4? Let them play h5 if they want to do this. I'm not sure they're going to do it because you're still going to push that pawn. So you see, h4 seems to be quite the move, if I am right about this one. What do you think, David? Would you go h4? David, Strobex, Sonoji, would you guys play h4 here? Yeah, so then again, you could, if you want to move this guy b3 or something, the bishop, but I don't see why exactly would you do it now. Or maybe, so let me just highlight h4, rook ac. But rook ac is just a long shot and it's not clear. It's not a bad one. I don't think it's a bad move, rook ac. But why not h4? I mean, after all, you want to attack on the king side. That's where the target is. So I'm seriously considering h4 here. Shall we go to another game, guys? I'm pretty sure they all be very competitive and very nice and very beautiful. What is going on here? Prague's to play. Are you going to move this bishop today? Or are you going to castle? You're going to castle or you're going to move the bishop? God knows where. I don't know where you're going to get it. Maybe bishop b2 because naturally you may want to look at this guy. So maybe bishop b2 for double attack on e5. Maybe you're going to do castles, kingside. And if you want to bring another third attacker, eliciting some bishop trades, you could also try knight c4. And I guess black will have to take your knight. So bishop b2, I don't know what this guy's going to do. It could be Fabi playing bishop d6 maybe. And then you're going to go knight c4, attacking 3 times. And probably bishop's going to have to take you. And then you're going to take. And then I don't know. Is there something you would like to exploit along the b file? Who knows? But definitely that one feels a natural stuff to play. Double attack here. I think I like this idea. And of course, you can castle anytime you want. But I think those ones are to be exploited. So rather than playing knight g4, I think bishop b2. Just get your stuff developed. Put some pressure on some pawns. And probably that's the right way. Probably that's the right way from Prague's point of view, that is. Yeah, so I think one of these arrows that we drew, one of these arrows will be Prague's next move. So let's go now, guys, to the third game. Vidit and Nija. Vidit and Abasov. Hey, that's a pin. I hate being in a pin. So may I suggest maybe bishop e2? But I kind of hate it. I don't like it. But I don't like being in a pin. I mean, you could do h3, but I assume black will be playing h5 regardless. So you're still in a pin. Then you could do g4. Do you want to do h3, h3, bishop h5, g4? Well, I guess you can. And the guy's going to go here. Then you could do, what, queen c2? And get some rooks in action. I don't know. We're going to see a draw? Maybe. Maybe. Other than that, I'm not sure how Vidit is going to play here. My 2 cents would be h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, queen c2. Try play like this. Seems doable, seems okay. And yeah, I mean, if you have a chance, maybe bishop f4. Maybe you'd like to play on f4, just to keep an eye on the c7 pawn. Positioning your bishop along this diagonal, that might be very well. Another idea amongst many other ideas. Because guys, the game of chess, every single game of these superb 4 games is a lecture and a universe in itself. You can talk almost infinitely about every single game. But that's how we like it, right? Gukesh, who's 7.5 points, so he really wants to beat Alireza this evening. Let's see if he's gonna do it or not. White's turn to play. What do you think about knight c4? What do you think really about knight c4? What I like about knight c4 is that I'm hitting this guy, which is dangerous. Very dangerous. This bishop is annoying, is dangerous. So perhaps knight c4, but it's up for debate. Knight c4. When we do knight c4, I guess Alireza is going to drop it somewhere. And then maybe you can make a pin. Maybe you can make a pin. Yes, Itachi, correct. Knight c4, bishop c7, bishop g5. Because I'm telling you, I really do want to make a pin on g5. I'm telling you. I really want to make a pin. So knight c4, bishop c7, bishop g5 seems to be the right way to play. Let's see if Gukesh agrees on what we've said and if he comes to the same conclusions, or maybe he does something different. All in all, I think that's how you wanted. That's how you want it. So knight c4, bishop goes, bishop g5. And if it's h6, obviously you're going to drop bishop h4. Exactly right. You need to look at the environment. So these are natural developing stuff. You need to look at moves that attack with tempo, and you need to opening up your bishops and make a pin as soon as you can, and pressurizing your opponent. I guess if there is a bishop g4, you're not going to play f3. First thing first, you are in a pin. So you will have to move the queen, which is unclear at the minute if you're going to go c or if you're going to go e. But all in all, knight c4, I guess, would be the next good choice for white to consider. And now let's go to, so that's Gukesh with Alireza. They both want to win. Of course, more than anything, Gukesh wants to win because he is so close. So can you imagine the psychology, the deep and heavy psychology of these games, guys? Because Hikaru, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh, they all want to win. Guys, what on earth did happen? What did White play here? Rook e1. Okay, one of those moves you can always play. Rook e1. It was like he didn't go for h4. Do you think that h4 would be something interesting here? Because I would have gone for h4. I like h4. Really do. But hey, I'm not Nepomniachtchi. Rook f e1. Oh, okay, it's like you are waiting a bit and you're inviting black to do something. So that's how I see rook f e1. I see like, look, I don't want to commit nothing. I don't want to play h4. I want to play rook f e1, and please you do something. You have initiative. You decide. And I'm gonna adjust my game to your moves and something. So it feels a little bit waiting, lazy move, a bit of a, over to you, my friend. So Hikaru took, and he takes with the knight. He takes with the knight. Of course, you could have taken with the pawn as well. If black wants, they could do more tradings. Absolutely. They could do more trade. They could do, of course, knight takes d4. There could be as well. Knight takes on d4, to which the heck you playing? Bishop takes, even more tradings. So someone said, I think it was Strobix, I don't know who was it, or Sonoji, was a friend of ours. A few minutes ago, they said this one's going to be a draw. So if they do now like knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, obviously black is not going to play b6, shutting off his own bishop. So probably knight takes, bishop takes, bishop takes. And then pawn takes. Probably a draw. Although white has a bit of an edge due to the control of the center. You've got two connected central white pawns. So maybe white would be evaluated as slightly better. Nevertheless, I'm not sure what Hikaru is going to do. Mind you, guys, Hikaru also wants to win very much. Very much. So I'm not sure if Ian wants to win or to draw, but I'm pretty sure Hikaru would love to win. So you either start the trades now, or heck, you do something else. What can you do? What can you do here? Yeah, that feels very, very unnecessary. I don't know. I don't know. You also need to find a way to get this bishop somewhere. Would you play b5? b5, this. I'm not sure. I don't know. Probably you could. But it's white's turn. Apologies, guys. It is white's turn to play. Because knight d4. It's white's turn because knight d4, which we did say. Now, if you really want to go towards a draw, you're going to get with the bishop. You're going to take with the bishop. Again, rather than blocking the bishop, black is going to take you. And you're going to take back. Again, probably a draw. Although white is a bit more expansive, having the center a bit of a plus 0 point something. Itachi, actually, this is a moment now. If Ian takes with the bishop, I think psychologically he wants to telegraph Hikaru that he'd be happy to draw. If he takes with the pawn, he may want to say, I'm actually considering, I actually want to win. So now you could take, I guess, Itachi, they're both good. Well, if it's draw incoming, then it's going to be bishop takes d4, increasing the chances for another trade. So we're going to have more tradings if that were to be the case. Grab this off you now. So, yeah, you take with the bishop, going to be more trades. You take with the pawn, you're going to prolong. Maybe you would like to win. We'll see. We'll see. Again, it is still at the back of my mind. It is still the idea of h4. So I'm not very convinced how they're going to be playing now, bishop takes or pawn takes. But what I do know is that h4 really, well, not now, apologies. It was possible previously, but not now. No, that's not good at all. g3 is not good. It weakens all the light squares. No, that's not good. No, that's not good. You can't do g3. No. No. So bishop or pawn? I'm not sure. It was the knight on f3, and when the knight was here, I was dreaming for h4 and h5, but now, I don't know, queen h5? Queen h5. Well, after something happens here. Nepo didn't take yet. I'm not sure how he takes. But let's say after either pawn or bishop, is queen h5 a move? Of course it's a move. It is always a move. Queen h5. And if you have a chance, maybe bishop c2, you know, you never know. Maybe there is something to this. Let's see how he's going to play. It's nice. They got so much time on their hands. That's a lot of time here. And he's still debating with himself here if he takes this or that. I think they're both good. Probably if you're going to ask the engine, it's going to tell you that actually they're both very playable. Probably no difference. If you may ask the engine, probably the engine's going to tell you there's absolutely no difference. Okay, so he took the bishop. He took the bishop. That means he is prone to draw. Hikaru's not going to play b6. I don't think Hikaru's going to play b6. Therefore, and also he's not gonna play this or anything because you're gonna take, then you're gonna have to waste another tempo getting the rook back. So I guess black's gonna take. Black's gonna take and then CD. Bishop d4, CD. There you go, there you go, there you go. Yes, Hitachi, draw all the way. All the way draw. Yeah, okay, d5, I understand. If they keep doing this kind of stuff, it is going to be a very big draw here. What do you play? 1-2, 1-2. Well, can you what? F3? Just asking. I'm not sure. F3? So in case they take, you're gonna take back with the pawn? ED, you say ED, Queen D, Knight E4, you're saying. Really? Is that what you want to do? Alright. ED, Queen D, Knight E4. I don't know about this. Probably you kind of can. I'm not sure. Maybe ED, Queen D, Knight F3. Although there's Bishop G4, so I'm not sure. Now you have to sit down and think. Now you have to sit down and think. What about pushing on E5? What about pushing? No. Then they're going to be coming like this, with two connected pawns coming down on this. Probably not the most optimistic stuff for white. Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to push on E5. It doesn't feel safe. It doesn't feel okay to push E5 because they're going to take, you're going to take, and they're going to take a lot of space. And they're going to play C5 and B5, and nah, that doesn't sound very appealing to play E5. So probably he's not going to do E5. He either takes on D5, or heck, can you do what? F3. I'm not sure. Yeah, probably you have to take on D5. Probably that's another candidate movie touch. That might be another stuff to play. Bishop B3. Maybe Bishop B3. Probably takes. Then takes. Again, you're going to play the knight. I'm not sure if F3 or E4. Yeah, getting the knight on E4 can't be a very bad idea. It's not bad. It's not. It's just not bad. I agree. Although it could be some bishop incoming attack like this, which is, anyway, you are okay with it. You could just play knight G3, I suppose. So ED, Queen D, Knight E4, and if Bishop F5, you're going to play Knight G3, and then Bishop sort of probably moves, and you're doing okay. You have this guy here for now. You're defending E8. Of course, B5 still going to happen at some point. So yeah, I think this sequence is quite reasonable, and I'm sure Ian probably going to find something good here. Yeah, so I would agree. Yes. Yeah, either B3 or C2. I'm not fully convinced yet where. It could be B3 or C2 for this guy. Depends. But yeah. Let's go now to Fabian Prague. Hey, that's very interesting. You're telling me after Fabi played Bishop E7, Prague didn't move nothing. I mean, I can see the arrows that I've done like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. And I'm looking at the screen. I don't see any update. Looks like Prague didn't move anything. Yeah, that's interesting. I would have played probably bishop b2 here. So attacking twice on e5 and stuff. And then knight c4. That was my initial assessment. Now, I'm curious what is Prague thinking about. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the moves I've highlighted myself as well, Itachi. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, you could do knight c4. You could do bishop b5. Could do these moves. Totally. He didn't move nothing. He didn't move absolutely nothing. Well, after knight c4, you attacking here twice. Bishop's going to take. So I think they have to take. Because bishop d6 doesn't feel incredibly... So you want to... Okay, knight d7. Knight d7. Yeah, I guess that's playable as well. Yeah, knight d7 makes sense. You're defending actually e5. Yes. I don't think it's a bad one. And also you're freeing up the bishop. Yeah, knight d7, exactly right. Defending this guy, defending this guy. The bishop is also sort of controlling those dark squares. It could be castle long. It could be castle short. It could be very many things. Yeah, but probably castle long, castle short. I'm not fully convinced, but yeah, it is white's turn now. So I guess you would like to play the bishop. And I would be tempted by doing a bishop b2 maybe. Bishop b2. Although f6. It's white's turn. Yeah, always a pin is a good stuff to do. A pin is a very good. Oopsie. A pin is a very good stuff. You should pin every single time if you have the opportunity. Now it is Prague's turn, and either he castles or he plays bishop b2. Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. That's why I've shown it here. So bishop b2, definitely a good one. I suspect f6 could be played if bishop b2. Or Prague can do castle short, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I showed on the screen as well. So if bishop b2, f6 of... but knight to g5 wants to take the white bishop off the board right now. He attacks the white bishop. So that means if black wants to take the knight, so be it. So if bishop takes g5, obviously you're going to take now, right? So you either take or you admit, or you take the bishop on c4. Sorry, the knight on c4. If you're still going to give it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe just take the knight on c4. This guy looks takeable. This guy looks like it's compromised already. So the bishop on e6 will disappear. So why not just taking that guy on c4? Maybe. But maybe, yeah, there are like a billion maybes. It could be bishop c4. It could be, heck, I don't know, bishop takes g5. Hello, Joseph. So, yeah, either bishop takes c4, bishop takes g5. Can you play h6? But what's the point with h6? There's no point. They're going to be taking your bishop regardless. No, there's no point to play h6 here for black. Bishop g5, bishop g5, then bishop c4. Yeah, that could be also played in this order. Absolutely. That could be another sequence, yes. Yeah. Could be this, could be that. Or could be something else altogether. Anyway, Fabi's turn to play. Could Fabi just castle now? Could he just castle? He kind of can. What do you think? Am I here, Joseph? Right. So let's go now to the next game. Let's go Gukesh. Let's go Gukesh and Alireza. Look, Joseph, I'm not buying anything, mate. So don't waste my time with frames and stuff, please. With your portfolio, nothing. Please, I've got like billions of offers like this every day. It's just getting so tiring. So, Gukesh. Oh yeah, we did say about bishop a7. Bishop a7, we did say that. White to play. Well, bishop g5, you may want to make a pin. Always good to go for the pins. Bishop g5. Nah, bishop e3 is not that good. So probably bishop g5. That one is something quite frustrating. You can't push the f pawn. Do you reckon, Itachi, that maybe king should go in the corner, or is just too much? I mean, I'd like to push the f pawn. Frankly, I do want to push the f pawn. a4, bishop g. Yeah, they make sense. Oh, okay. Let me just stop this guy. It's just all right. So could be bishop g5. a4, maybe a bit. Actually, a4 has a subtlety to this. Itachi, it actually aims to. Well, it doesn't stop nothing. Well, actually, it does stop b5 in a way. a4, b5, you take, they take, then you take because the rook defends you, right? And when you take, you're also attacking c6. So, as weirdly as it looks, it could be a4, a way to indirectly stopping b5 from happening. Because of the sequence we had described here together. Yes, so from this point of view, you could look at a4 as a possible move. So let's just make it, okay, but hey, he chose to do knight e3. So again, I think they also look to surprise the other guy, you know, so knight e3. Okay. Knight e3. I would have also thought about bishop g5. Bishop g5. I always go for the pin. So I notice myself when I'm playing, if I can make a pin, I'll do it in a, immediately. Just instantaneously, I'll go for the pin. Knight e3, it's a very good question, Itachi, actually. Maybe he wanna do knight f5? I'm not sure as to prevent as well. Yeah, of course, you could say you prevent it now. You definitely prevent it because you attack it twice. So there's nothing coming on g4. But maybe you want to do f5 though. Maybe you want to do f5. Does he want to do f5? Is Gukesh planning on this? Is he planning on knight f5? I'm not sure, because then you get yourself in a pin. So Itachi, let me tell you something interesting. If bishop f5, if you do castle short with black, as you just said, you gotta seriously think about bishop g5. Seriously, you have to think about this. Are you sure? Are you sure you're gonna do castle short? Yes, it's Blackstone. Yes, it is Blackstone. Yes, Black's the move. Correct. But I was just trying to find an explanation for knight e3. Yeah, of course, you're preventing any g4, uh, either bishop or knight. But in the future, whatever future means, it could be knight f5 coming. So I'm really not sure what to feel about castle short now. I don't know what to say about castle short. It makes sense. Sort of. Difficult. Um, Maybe this and that. And also, black would like to send the bishop from b3 over to c2. It's just too dangerous. Well, you could always do also bishop e6, maybe. But that's a big weakness. I don't know what to say. 0-0, knight f5, bishop takes f5. Yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense what you're saying. Yes, castle short, knight f5, bishop takes, pawn takes, h6, and that's what is. But then, yeah, I guess you can. I guess you can. I guess you can. Yes. In this sequence, I think it's very playable, as you just said. Of course, they always want to surprise the other guy, so you could find all sorts of things here happening. b5, a4, or is just maybe not the time to do this? Maybe it's not the time to do b5 and a4. b5, a4. Okay, maybe castles. And let's move now, guys. Let's move to another game. So that was Ali Reza stuff. Let's go to Hikaru. And exactly as you had suggested, e takes d5. And now Hikaru gonna take, right? Well, you kind of have to take. You have to take. So unless there is some other stuff here, I'm not sure. Queen has to take. Yeah, that's the most active stuff you could be considering. Yes, of course, knight a4. That seems to be the case. Yeah, with d5, knight a4, always, and it's very good. We're going to see b5. Black's gonna play b5. Gonna send this guy away. Bishop's gonna have to play, and probably here. If queen d5, there is always bishop b3 coming. Yeah, it is. It is getting simplified. So we could say if queen d5 and some knight e4, we could say that the pawn islands for black are better, and white is having an isolated pawn on the d file. So what can I say? It could be some b5 at some point. It could be some bishop here. And you might also have a sort of always threat, bishop b7 looking to the g2 square. So you may have that one too. So queen takes, some knight plays, some b5, some bishop attacks. Where do they go? Here? I'm not sure because of this. So they're going to go with the queen. It's not very clear very much where, when, how. They're going to go with the queen somewhere, maybe back. And then you're going to have probably some bishop b7 looking like this. There could be. There could be. No, you're going to have to take on d5 now. Sorry if I wasn't clear. You are meant to take on d5 right now. So if I wasn't clear, totally. No, you have to take back now with the queen. I meant after queen captures. So queen will have to take now. Queen will have to capture right now. There's no if, no but about this, Hitachi. Definitely you take that pawn. There's no question about it. What surprises me is that Hikaru doesn't take it straight away. It's important to put the pressure back on the other player. You don't have to waste your minutes or seconds like this. So you are meant to take. You have to take on d5. So if this kind of thing happens, and if you're not getting in a blunder or something, you should take straight away. Save your precious minutes. Save your precious seconds. And take the pawn. He should take the pawn, save his time, and just continue playing. Okay, let's move to the other game. The other three, that is. So when we coming back, I guess, my friends, we're gonna see that Black Queen actually took on d5. Until then, let's go to the other game. Prague and Fabi. Prague and Fabi. Fabi and Prague. Would you be terribly surprised, my friends? Itachi, would you be terribly surprised if you actually seeing that Fabi did not capture none of the two knights? He didn't take any. Surprising, because I think we wondered about for what, 10 minutes or something. I mean, I don't know. We moved to the other three games. We came back as per our cycle, eternal cycle, and he didn't move nothing. He didn't play nothing. No knight being captured, no king being castled, nothing took place. Anyway, time-wise, it's 1 hour 35, so, maybe, maybe if that for the better. You having you got the time on your side, so to speak. The other guy is pretty much the same as you. Why not spend those minutes? Maybe you're gonna have a revelation. Maybe you're just seeing something. Maybe no, they're not sleeping. Actually, he wants to make sure he proceeds with the correct one. It's actually a difficult strategically. It's kind of like committal situation here. If you decide to take either of the two knights, it's very committal. It's for the remainder of the game. It is important how you're moving now. Every single move is important, but I mean it's important what knight you take with what bishop. That's important because it impacts the future evolution of the game. So that's quite a committal thing. You take on g5, they're going to take on g5, then you can play f6. So you capture, they capture, then you're going to play f6. You attack the bishop. Bishop's going to go where? I don't know. Well, you're winning a tempo. You're winning a tempo. Then if you want, go for the other knight. Bishop takes. This guy takes. Heck, there's many ideas. Maybe you want to play like this. Or maybe you want to take the knight on g5, but you don't want to take the knight on c4. And then again, are you going to castle? Where are you going to castle? And there's so many questions. Let's moving now, guys. Let's move now. Let's move to the next. Vidit and Abbasov. Okay. Vidit and Abbasov. What are the guys though? Well, we haven't been here in a while, guys. So let me just briefly. Hey, I did say h3. I was here last time. In the meantime, they play like 6 moves. So h3, I did say. h5. Just that he didn't move. He didn't move in this Russian defense. He didn't move g4. He played only g3. Queen. Going for the h3. King g2, defending h3. Bishop. Challenging this guy on d3. Bishop takes. And f takes. You take with f so that the rook becomes active. Bishop to f4, we did say that as well. h6 wants to simply push g5. Queen to d3, going for this guy, so to speak. g5 still. e5. If you take, obviously, you're gonna white's gonna take back with the knight, attacking this, and the incredibly critical g6. So probably black is not very keen on taking right now, I'd say. So they play the rook. Okay. Just in case there is, you know, just in case. Rook to a to e. Queen. And rook e3. a6 now. a6 had been played, guys, because probably they want to prevent queen b5, I guess. And now, Vidit's turn. Could you play queen g6? Just play queen g6. Could you play this? Knight h2, knight... you could do knight e4. But Itachi, I'm assuming if you do knight h4... Sorry, if you do knight h2, you are going to be captured here. And you're happy to take with the rook. And then the guy's going to play this. You're going to go back. Not the end of the world, but you sure you want to do this? I would really think about keeping my knight on f3 for the time being, because if the black knight takes my bishop, I'd like to take back with my knight. You know what I'm saying? Does it make sense? I would like to having knight on e5, which of course it's not going to happen as long as I have this guy here. So I wouldn't maybe go knight h2, although it has some stuff. Okay, it's cool, it's interesting, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So you gotta do something else. a4, I guess you can. a4 Itachi, because you're planning on b4 and b5. May I ask you this? You're planning to do a4 because b4, b5? You want to hit the knight away? Or to force them somehow? Ah, you're a very clever cookie. Yeah, a4, b4, b5. Yes, that makes sense. I understand now the intention. It may be. Very well. Looks like a slow idea, but actually it's an important strategical stuff to making sure the knight on c6 had moved away or something. So I guess you're not very far from an objective good stuff to play here. That's another point. So you've got queenside and kingside. How exactly you're gonna proceed with your attacks? I don't know. Again, I would rather keep my knight on f3, just to making sure I've got a knight immediately on e5. So I wouldn't move this guy. Maybe, let me think. I'm not sure. You want to do g4? I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let me just highlight a4, which probably makes sense. Queen g6, that might be an idea. g4, that might be another idea. Is there anything else you would like to suggest here? Yeah, it's something. Maybe queen g6? Do you think queen g6 is something? Do you like a bit more queen g6, Itachi? Queen g6. I don't know. I would. I'm going to tell you something. I would actually play queen g6 here. Only for the psychology of it. But it's not just the psychology of it. My queen can't be attacked. And even if you were attacked, hell, I could go with the queen back at any time. I mean, I got a whole diagonal only for myself. So why not get the queen? Oh, okay. He went on e2. Go figure. Bloody hell. Vidit, who's on 1 hour and 4 minutes, and Abasov only 4 minutes had spent. Abasov spent only 4 minutes to play. Can you actually believe the Huge time gap in between the two players. Can you believe the discrepancy time-wise in between the two contenders? My days. But anyway, Vidit is famous for his, so to speak, how do I put it, slowness and things. Pressure on F3. Yeah, but pressure on F3. Okay. Well, you can throw a G4 and you got no pressure, maybe. You could throw a G4, and if they play and take, maybe you're lucky to play Rook H or something. I mean, just saying. Yeah, it's, oh, yeah. Okay, that's probably. Would you play this one first, though? And then? Would you play H5 first and then? Or do you want to push now? You can push now if you want. You can play now. Maybe one of these two. So if you want to go more directly, you could do G4 right now. G4, HG, Queen G. Yeah, okay, of course you can. Of course you can. Knight E5. I thought that's completely not possible because of this. Are you sure about knight E5 or I'm missing some tactics here? I mean, it's possible I'm missing tactics, but are you sure about knight takes E5? No, knight E5 doesn't work. What? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, so 95 does not quite work, I guess. No. No, that's okay. I thought I'm missing tactics, which is possible. Always possible, because human mind is fallible. Yeah, I guess it's not playable, really. Let's look at some other ideas. How's the coffee? Okay. So, probably one of these two, but maybe there is something else. It is absolutely fantastic. They're all superb. I just love those games. I'm kind of like really sorry that they ending the candidates in just maybe 2 more days. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna do it year after year. Plus, we're gonna see the World Chess Champion anyways, championship anyway. So let's go to Gukesh and Alireza Itachi, my friends. Not too many moves had happened anyway. Not too many moves. So I was here last time, move number 12. Castles, Queen to F3. Oh, I think I know why. Because if this and this, you're actually going to take with the queen. That one doesn't work very well because enormous pressure on the dark squares. This is such a subtle move, Ita. This is such a beautiful, subtle move. It's absolutely superb, this queen f3 move. Wants to replace, after knight f5, white, that is Gukesh, wants to replace the knight, which will be taken by the bishop potentially. He wants to replace it with the queen. And keeping a sort of stoppage to this d5, which had just been played. Yes, of course, d5. Can I still play knight f5 though? Is there a problem with knight f5? Looks to me knight f5 is best of the best now. I don't see a single reason why you wouldn't play knight f5. That's the destiny for that knight. You have to do knight f5, right? Itachi, don't you play knight f5 here? Wouldn't you do knight f5? And the other friends, if you guys online, if you guys still online, Sono G and Strobex, would you guys do knight f5? I would absolutely play knight f5 here. Pawn takes, pawn takes. My bishop is free to play, very likely, g5, or let's see what the opponent does. And then, my friends, then you're gonna simply move, slide nicely, rooks over from A to D and things like this. Just play it, you know. But all in all, knight f5 seems to be very, very, very good to do right now. I don't know, I don't see why not. Is there anything stronger than this? I don't see it. If there's something stronger, I don't see it. Knight f5, and then you can start thinking about h's moving forwards and stuff. I'm not sure. But knight f5, I think it's a good start. I think it's a very good one. Totally. Totally, guys. Knight f5. Let's see. Hey David, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, knight f5 is exactly the stuff. I'm still around this game because I would like to see Gukesh actually confirming with his choice that actually knight f5 is the move. Because I really don't see why not. It's attacking move, pressurizes the g7 pawn. A bishop takes, definitely queen must take back. And knight f5 also frees up the bishop, that is. So totally knight f5. Absolutely knight f5. Let's go now to Hikaru. Fabulous games this evening. Absolutely. I don't know what to watch more, what to watch first. All these games are spectacular. Mind you guys, they really want to win. Well, everyone wants to win except Ian, who wants to draw. Or maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, Itachi, knight e4 and queen d8. I think I did say queen to d8. I think. Or maybe I haven't. And now we can start the speculation again. Shall we go rook ac? Should we go knight c? You guys call it. There is one isolated guy on d4. Very instructive game. All of them are very instructive, actually, and superb. Bishop c2, we did say that one too, because actually, you know, maybe at some point this kind of stuff could be materialized. Could be materialized. Actually, it starts getting tactical here. It starts getting tactical, and maybe there is an open territory for crazy tactics and sacrifices. Mind you guys, the so let's just put it hypothetically first, and then it will become reality. So if you were to get the white queen on h5, and this knight wouldn't be here anymore, I don't know, I'm just saying, maybe here, you could potentially grab the knight on g6 for free. You could take for free. Of course, Hikaru knows this already, but it matters to actually put your pieces in attacking positions, threatening to making the move. And it's a pressure. It is a pressure. And look at the difference. Look at the difference. The bishop on c2, how dangerous they are. Look at the pressure. And look at this guy on c8, the difference in between the two bishops, my friends. And this guy here on c8, which doesn't really hit it very hard. So look at the difference in between the two guys. So for this reason, I would say maybe there is a small plus 0 point something. I have to admit the d4 pawn is isolated, and it is white's main weakness. On the other hand, from a positional point of view, looks like white's pieces activity is slightly superior. And there is something else. Yeah, so positionally, white is doing better. Should we give it a plus 0.35? If I'm not too exaggerating, too much exaggerating. Plus 0.35 for white. Because of the piece's activity, nothing else. Let's check. Bloody hell, I'm quite close. I'm quite close. Plus 0.49, Itachi. I said plus 0.35, so I wasn't very, very, very far away. Yes. White's plan is totally obvious with the bishop h7 and queen to h5. How exactly you're going to stop it? Oh yeah, we don't need the... Yeah, we are very much engines ourselves. If we just pause it, discuss with ourselves, and we kind of getting to the right conclusion. But time is of the essence. You actually need time to conclude correctly. You need time. That's why when you're playing bullet, you playing awful moves on many occasions. And the more you're actually thinking about your moves, the more likely is that you're going to do very good stuff. Oh, it's actually the only plan, Itachi. For white, okay, it might not be the only plan, but definitely is a hell of a plan. Well, I am really curious. Is Nepo going to win? Only because of this. Only because of this. We'll see. We'll see. It's certainly absolutely exciting. It's fabulous. Superb. What is Hikaru going to do to actually... Can you prevent this somehow? How are you playing this? F5? Aren't you actually helping F5? F5. I don't think it makes a bit of difference. Well, apologies, it does make a difference, but probably not enough. F5, I'm still going to play knight C5 though. You're not blocking for the time being, Itachi. Only for the time being. You kind of block. So let's just put it in perspective here. F5. Sorry, I didn't say hello to Yastik via kick.com. Thanks for visiting, my friend. So F5, knight C5. Actually, I wanted to play the knight on C5 anyway. And then I'm very happy to play this. And if you want to take my guy, I'm happy to take this. So I'm not sure about this because I'm going to play this. G4. Who's going to do G4? Or are you talking about F4? Sorry, it's not clear what you're indicating. So F5 I understand. Knight C5, I have to move the knight. Potentially looking at knight E6. And I'd be very happy to trade. If you want to give the bishop, I'll take it immediately. F5, knight C5, G4, it's not clear. Maybe you want to say something else. Maybe you want to say... I'm not sure. You can't do bishop G4 or something because you can't. You can't move actually the bishop unless you want to take the knight because I'm attacking actually. So I think slightly optimistic for Ian here. Hell. Is Ian going to win? It's a possibility now. It starts to slowly building up the advantage, the positional advantage. If it doesn't get emotionally over-invested in the game, if it doesn't mess it up massively, it might be just pulling a point today. The same. Knight c5, bishop takes, rook takes. You want to get your queen here as soon as possible. As soon as you have an opportunity, you must get your queen on h5. And if your rook, Itachi, ends up on the e6, that's even for the better. You are going to double urgently. Urgently. Bloody hell, it's enormous pressure. Huge pressure. So I'm not sure about f5 working. You still cannot stop queen h5. You can't stop it. I mean, looks to me as a human observer, that's enormous pressure on the queen. I mean, after queen h5, you really have to tread so carefully. I don't even know what to advise for black. It's very dangerous for black and quite simply, sort of simple. I can't say simple, but it's clear the plan for white. Way clearer. Black has to struggle to defend. So Hikaru now needs to actually struggle to defend this position. That's for sure. So now, guys, let's go to another game. What fantastic and exciting games we're witnessing this evening, guys. So if you remember, Itachi, this position we had it only one move, my friend. They played. Bishop took on c4. He decided after considerable time, he decided to take on c4. Good. B takes. Okay, because you may want to get this rook here and stuff. Knight. That is very, very sort of unexpected. Knight f8. Move number 11 for black. Knight f8. Why? Why knight f8? Really, I'd like to know. What do you want to play with knight f8? Do you want to play knight g6? I gather. Okay, Prague had just played queen g4. Okay, there is a pressure here. Oopsie. There is a pressure here and stopping castle long. So that's the first two data I can think of. Stopping long castling and threatening, in principle, g7. You could, of course, but that's not a big problem, I guess. You could play f6 if you really want to. I'm not sure what to say about f6. I don't know. Yeah, but you always have f6 for protecting e5 if that's what you want to do. F6, maybe. How are you going to castle, mind you? This guy's going to march on a5, a6. I don't care you take or not. Well, I do care, but just saying, you're not going to stop a5, a6. Well, you can't castle anyway because there is a queen stopping you from castling. You going to play queen d7 going for the trades? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I like white a little bit more. I'm gonna try and make an human estimation. So as of now, I would give it a +0 for Prague. And I would give it a +0.25, if not +0.35. Because looks to me, again, positionally, white is attacking more. White pieces posing more problems for black. So I would give it +0.25, +0.35. And let's see how far from the truth we are, or maybe very close. Bloody hell. Who needs engine, guys? Who needs evaluation bar? Didn't I tell you? +0.25, +0.35. That's the evaluation right there. That's it. The potential for white's attacking is bigger. More attack for white. That is why the eval shows you that indication. Yeah, bishop g5, it's not going to help black very much, though. Bishop g5, knight e6, yes, and then we're going to play bishop to e3. Still, white does the attacking. Yeah, of course you can. So again, bishop takes. I'm not sure if we should take with the bishop or with the queen, mind you, though, because actually, yeah, you do with the... Well, that's another conference here. If bishop takes, you may want to take maybe with the queen. You're attacking g7, and you're still preventing them from castling, mind you. You're still preventing black from castling. So, bishop takes. queen takes, you attacking g7. It could be knight e6. True. It could be. But then maybe I could play queen to h4, still stopping you from castling. Hell, I will be able to get the bishop also in the game. I could castle short, but maybe not now. And if you castle long at some point, after you play f6, I'll be playing a5, a6. So again, I think white is more advantageous than black here, positionally speaking. Black suffers a little bit. Black is defending. You need to figure out how to trade things here. I think Fabi would like to go for tradings now. Just trade everything. Trade everything. You know, it's tough. It's tougher for black. Prague is doing the attack. Fabi is defending here. Prague is attacking. That's a good question. That's a very good question. You can't do the castle long. Itachi, I'm going to tell you something now. You won't do the castle long, even if you could. Even if, let's say, the white queen moves away on d1. Just throwing you crazy ideas. So let's say the white queen goes and you can castle. You're not going to do it. The main reason, I'm going to tell you the main reason, probably you are aware as well, is because I'm going to do a5 and a6. You cannot castle. You can't castle long. Castle short, I still don't know. I still don't know because potentially, if my queen stays on the g and if my bishop makes it on the h6, I'm not sure how you're going to deal with short castle here. I don't know. So I guess Fabi wants to trade. I'm expecting Fabi to play queen d7. No, 0-0, it's equally bad, so to speak. Or maybe worse. So both castling are to be discarded. I guess Fabi wants to start trading and go for a freaking draw. Maybe he wanna go queen d7. Queen d7. And if queen takes, he's gonna be relieved. You know, queen d7, if queen takes, he's gonna be so happy. Then he's gonna take with the king. And that's what is. That's his castling. Oh yeah, absolutely, Itachi, spot on. With this game, at this stage, Prague sort of takes from Fabi away the hope for aiming to qualify. Yes, painful. But that's what is. It's what is. Yes. With this position at this stage now, I don't see how Fabi can cook something to go for a win or something. I don't see how. I really don't see how. So, unfortunately for Fabi, the best stuff gonna happen is just a draw here. You can't win with black, and you can't win against Prague in this position. You know, you can't do anything to Prague in this position here. There's nothing for black to do in order to win. You're not playing just any average grandmaster. You're playing a super grandmaster, and the position is, even us that are, like regular players, even we recognize how difficult it is, and we were right, and we had the engine's endorsement anyway. So let's move now to the next one. Hey, g4 had been played. I did say it. I did say g4. And your idea, mister Itachi, your idea with the... Hold on a sec. What happened last time here? We need to... Rook. Okay. b4. b4 because this stuff and this stuff, I guess. Oh my god. He moved back and forth. Poor Abasov. Poor Abasov. Did you see that, Itachi? He played rook f5. And he moved it back. It's like a sort of Zugzwang. He don't move nothing. He doesn't move nothing. He's in Zugzwang here. Painful. a4. The ideas that we speculated, the very slow idea that we discussed, we even drew the arrows. So yeah, he played rook f5, rook f7, rook f5, rook f7. Poor Abasov. a4. Oh man. Knight a7 running away from the pawn. And g4, which I did say I would play g4 because I want to make sure there is no black pawns coming down. So I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to do another estimation here, and I'm going to check with the engine. I'm going to give it a very consistent, a very substantial +0 point for white. Absolutely. So this is a, let's say, +0.60, +0.60, +0.75. Something like this. It could be +0.5, maybe a bit more. Yeah, around +0.5, +0.6, +0.7. Yeah, around these numbers. Let's see. Maybe we were over optimistic because from a human point of view, looks like white is actually killing it here. Only +0.2, almost. So, yeah. But I think psychologically, black is not very happy. I'm going to give a very big reason for this. If this bishop drops g3 or h2, I don't know. You just say, just move that bishop away. I would like to play knight e5. And yeah, but forget about that attack on the queen side. Now we're going to change plan. Because the knight is no longer on c6, we're going to play bishop g4 or bishop h2. And I want to play knight e5. And if I'm having a chance, maybe some knight g6 and stuff. So white is doing the attacks here. Very big attacks here. And I'm going to tell you something more, Itachi. Play a bishop g3 so you can defend f2. And move that rook from f over to the e file, having a very big Alekhine's gun here, looking 3 times to attack on that bishop right there. So I think you got plenty of threats to play having whites here. Just drop bishop g3, reinforce f2, and then play whatever you want. What bishop d6? I'm going to play knight e5. You're going to take, then I'm going to take with my bishop. You're going to play knight c6. I'm going to go back on to, I'm going to go back onto g3. It could be the way for black to actually draw. It could be. It could be. But hey, what is this knight c8 doing? Really, I'm very surprised. I'm really surprised by that move. Like, very surprised. Knight c8. Okay, because probably bishop d6. All right, Abbasov wants to trade everything, of course. So, yeah. Absolutely. Can we still do bishop g3? Well, yeah, we can. Of course we can. Bishop g3, bishop d6. Knight e5, bishop takes. Okay, maybe a draw at some point. This guy's hanging, though. You gotta play carefully. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But this is very well known. We know that Vidit actually suffers, so to speak. Is probably the only Super Grandmaster going so low on time. So this is very well known. It's always. If you watch all the rounds, I think I covered all of them. You always, well, you don't have to watch them, but just saying, but always Vidit goes low on time. He always goes on time. That's what it is. Every single round, he was like with a huge gap. Absolutely. Totally. So, yeah, you could do a5. Are you sure you want to do a5? Can we explore some other stuff? Itachi, can I give black the a4 and perhaps I could take on c7? Can we try that idea? I would be happy to take c if you take my a pawn. Maybe. I need to actually sit down and calculate. And poor Vidit is on 46 minutes. He's actually 1 hour behind Abasov. 1 hour. Can you actually believe that? Abasov spent only 16 minutes. And it's his turn. And he is thinking, brother. He is just thinking. And he played a5. I understand. Now a5 is nice and safe. Okay. Nice and safe. And, you know, probably bishop d6. Abasov would like to trade everything here. I'm not sure if you should take. Maybe you should just leave the bishop where they are. If they take, you're going to take forking everything. Maybe. Maybe there is something else. I'm not sure, but... well, you've got two big options here, Itachi. You've got knight d6 or bishop d6. Which one's going to be? So you either got this or this, you know. One of these two. Which one is it? Which one is it? Knight d6, bishop e6. Oops. Apologies. Let me put them back. Okay. Hey, what is it? There it is. Let's go to another game. Let's go to another game because I don't know what Abasov going to play. Let's have a look at Gukesh here. Whoa, major weakness. Dark squares. Wait a second. D5. Hey, he played bishop c2. He didn't play knight f5. Bishop c2. G6. Very unexpected. Very, 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 very unexpected. Okay. Whatever happens in the future, these dark squares will be very problematic for Alireza. I don't know when the white knight is going to move. But as soon as that knight on e3 goes someplace, those dark squares would be very problematic for Alireza. I'm seriously asking, what the heck is the stuff with g6? I understand he wants to prevent knight f5, but those dark squares, my God. I don't know what to say about those dark squares, but we're going to make good square for the knight if there is no good square for the knight. Maybe we have to move the rook. Maybe, Itachi, maybe we have to play rook fe, putting the rook on the d file, what the black queen is currently. Maybe we're going to play exactly. That's, I'm saying, at the same time you type it in. You type that stuff, exactly, maybe some knight, and that's it. Voila, you've got all the dark squares all to yourself. If Gukesh pulls a victory here, you're going to go on 8.5. And I'm not sure about Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Hikaru. But we might have something. We might have something. These guys have 7.5 points each. Gukesh, Hikaru, and Nepomniachtchi. So, looks very... Anyway, let's just not get ahead of ourselves. We don't know. The light square bishop. I don't know. Do we have to play h3 first? If you play this and that, that is an issue. So I suspect if you do rook fe, which is not a bad idea maybe, you also have to play this move first. Or maybe you have to play it now. Maybe you have to... Hold on a second. Maybe you have to play it now and then do just knight here. If they take, you're going to take. Can we? So maybe h3 now. Rook fd, I don't think it's a bad move at all. But if you want to play, as we said, knight f1, you have to do some h3. Then just take care of the g4, which is something. But maybe you could just do queen g3, though. So let's go back. Rook fd. I don't know what black plays afterwards. Itachi, what? Yeah, okay. Maybe h3 first. Yeah. Or maybe, yeah, well, too many maybes, but that's what it is. Yeah. Maybe h3. Maybe h3, major rook fe. Very difficult, rook fe. I would like rook d, not rook e. I don't know. h3, yeah, h3, maybe. Maybe h3. So you could do just knight g4. Just get rid of the things. You want me to tell you something? I guess this is kind of the most equal. Can I say that? I think this is the most equal game, if I may do this grammatical and logical error. This is the most equal game. I would give it it's equal, I guess. Plus what? Plus? I would give it a very small plus because of the dark squares. Just a very small plus. That could be the case as well. Because of the dark squares, I'm inclined to say maybe plus 0.10. Plus 0.20. Nah, too much. Plus 0.20. Nah, too much. Plus 0.10, plus 0.5. Something like this. It's very equal. I think this is the most equal game. Let's find out if we're correct. So the only stuff for white that might work is the dark squares. That's the only leverage. The only thing you need to investigate and see if you manage to do something about. Bloody hell. A minus 0.22. Minus. I'm still fascinated by the dark squares control. And probably I was very biased. But I have to give credit to Black's bishop pair. I mean, that's just not something you trifle with. And yeah, it's sort of equalish. It's not very easy to tread in this game. This is so not easy. More easier for Nepomniachtchi to actually play and win than for Gukesh to play and win here. So we're going to go now very quickly to Hikaru. We got to watch Hikaru and the other guy. So easier was last time seeing Nepomniachtchi in that position. This one for Gukesh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you're going to win this one with white. It's just so not clear. So not very clear. I mean, it's a very tough game for Gukesh this evening. Very tough game here. Boy, oh boy. Let's go now, guys, to Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru. Okay, now this one we said, exactly as we had discussed, Itachi. F5. You called it. And I did say knight c5. And now, boom, b6. And I did say I'd love to try knight to e6. I'd love to try. Pardon me, I don't want to go back on I don't want to go on b3. I can't do this, right? Because I'm going to stay with this knight on b3 forever. So for this reason, because you don't want to stay forever on b3, idling for the remainder of the game, you want to do knight e6. Bishop probably... No, probably. It will take. The bishop will take. Bishop takes. That's a forcing one. So knight e6. Bishop takes. And rook takes. And to my understanding, white is still better here. Especially after queen h5. Again, probably you can just give up on this freaking pawn anyway. Especially if you get rook ad or something. This is nice and sweet. So let's take it one by one. What did we say? It's Ian's turn. Knight e6, bishop takes, rook plays, knight f4. Okay. You attacking my rook. Okay, then rook e3, 4, because the light square dark bishop had disappeared. Can I just play then rook h3? Okay, not now as long as the knight is on f4. But I'm going to then play rook e3. And I am dreaming, but maybe you got to take them one by one. So again, knight e6, bishop takes, rook takes, knight f4. And now you have to take them. Do I play rook to e5? Do I play rook to e3? Do I put the rook back on e1? I think you've got 3 options. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can't you just take on f5, man? Knight e6, bishop takes, rook takes, knight f4, rook e5 for this. Can you do that? And if there's any queen g5, could you perhaps do queen f3? Also, you know, never a bad idea. I mean, just saying. I'm pretty sure Ian is actually considering exactly this kind of thought. So knight e6, bishop takes, rook e6, knight f4, rook e5. It could be some queen to g5 because he may want to checkmate you on g2. And then you're going to have to play something, right? Like queen f3? I mean, I'm just taking the hypothetical knight f4, queen g5. So that is, Hikaru's not going to play it then. So he's not going to play it then. So I can't see any reason for which white shouldn't go knight e6. Then knight e6, bishop takes, rook takes, and if knight f4, rook e5. Let's just do this. I think it's perfectly fine for Ian at this stage. It's good, more promising for white. Again, white's doing better, probably bigger chance for Ian to actually win. I think he actually wins it by the looks of it. Stronger bishop, stronger white's queen diagonal, strong rook here that might be doubled with the other rook. Medium long term, more optimistic for white. So yeah, exactly. We're going to come back to this game, guys. We are going to be returning. Fabulous stuff. I'm expecting Ian to play knight. I hope he's not going to break our hearts with the... I hope he's not going to go crazy with knight b3 or something, right? I hope he's sensible. He goes knight e6. If you do knight b3, I'm going to just cry or something. I can't do this. You can't do this. So I hope knight e6 very much, because knight b3 doesn't make a shred of meaning to me. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, in no universe you could do knight b3. It's just not going to happen. Unless you want to lose or something. So no, knight e6 all day. Is there any other stuff? So what is he thinking? Well, he probably thinks about all this sequence, but okay. I don't know what else is to this. So knight e6 and all the good stuff we mentioned, guys. All the good stuff. It's possible after rook e6, black's not going to play knight f4. It's possible black's going to go differently. Because it looks like knight f4 doesn't end up incredibly good for black anyway. So probably he's not going to play knight f4. I don't know. Knight d3. Why knight d3 though? Why knight d3? You don't have anything. I mean, no, I think that's not very good. You don't have anything, knight d3. I really don't think so. But then again, knight d3, queen takes the pawn. What's the compensation for the pawn? Knight d3, queen takes d4. What is the compensation? What do you have for that pawn? You want to move the queen. You want to... knight e5? Oh. Knight e5 for knight f7 check. Rook. No, that doesn't work. I'm not sure about what you're saying. Knight d3. I don't know. I'm not feeling very attracted. I'm not very attracted by this idea with knight d3. I don't know. Why would I trade queens? I want to win. Itachi, you would like to You would like to keep your queen. You do not want to trade white queen. If you're playing white here, you don't want to trade the queens. You actually do want to keep your queen in the game. No, we don't want to trade queens. I don't think so. No, still knight e6. Still knight e6. All day knight e6. Neither b3, a4 or d3. The only stuff is knight e6, and now we're going to go to the other game. Thank you for your ideas, though, but I seriously doubt knight d3 or b3. I might be wrong. We're going to find out shortly. I don't know what shortly means because they've got like 2 hours or something. So I don't know what shortly means, but hey. Another interesting match here. So we said this, and now surprisingly, what do you think Fabi comes up with? What do you think Fabi plays? Boom, h5. He wants to make the queen go away. Perhaps black's going to castle long, but no, he's not going to do it. He just wants to hit the queen. He wants to hit the queen. That's what it is. Queen f5. Bishop e6. Bishop d6. Very painful. Very, very, very painful stuff to play here. I mean, it's like, oh my god. He must be suffering a lot at this stage. Playing bishop d6 here, you might be suffering. Oh my god, bishop d6. I mean, you have a bishop which is a pawn, right? My days. I think, yeah, Fabi wants to do queen d7, trade off the queens, maybe? That bishop is so difficult to looking at. My day. I mean, you can't have that bishop. It's just too much. I'm sorry for black here. Fabi is really struggling with this. I mean, probably he can draw it. He can pull a draw here. He might be drawing here, but it's so painful. Yeah, Prague is attacking very much. And he got many good ideas. Prague. I'm not sure if you should castle. Maybe you should castle and b2, d2, this guy going a5. Well, the alternative to draw here, Itachi, looks like you either draw or you lose, because I'm not sure how you're winning with black. And definitely not against the player of Prague's caliber. So that's why I'm saying that. You either draw or you lose, so you gotta go for the draw. I mean, now with this bishop, you can't win with this bishop. I mean, really, there's just nothing here. Maybe, is there a crazy... Do you have to play something nuts? b5, a6, b5 or something? But when? How? I don't know. Yeah, you could do castle short. Yeah, I also did say castle short. It could be. Castle short, maybe you're gonna... But that helps black if you play f4. Maybe you don't want to play f4. Maybe you want to play bishop b2, then f4. So Itachi, you know something? Castle short. I don't know what black plays. I really don't know what black plays. I don't have any ideas for black. I just can't. Apart from queen's trade attempts, I don't see anything happening for black here. So castle short for white would probably bishop b2. And then you're going to push this guy. If they take, maybe you could do something. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah, sure. Of course. f6, yeah, f6. Knight e6, I don't know. Knight takes, queen takes. Queen e7, queen h3. There are so many things. Rook b1 always Itachi. But I would keep... I I would maybe keep the rook on a for the time being because I want to play a5, a6. I still want to push that pawn. So maybe let's castle first. You know, I think you should castle. I think you should connect your rooks. You've got all the chances in the world here. You've got all the lines. You've got everything in this game with white. Castles first. Castle first. Connect the rooks. Either bishop d2 or bishop b2. We can debate on this. So castles, move that bishop, and then you take it from there because you got huge, huge, huge potential everywhere. Everywhere you look, king side, queen side, you got so many good stuff happening. And if queen d7, you could actually decline the trade, and you should avoid trading queens. If there's any queen d7, probably you should be playing queen to where? Queen to f3? You don't want to trade, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly as you say. It's very natural, very harmonious happening. The development for white is very, very harmonious. And let's have a look at Vidit and Abbasov. What are these guys doing here? Oh, you've got to be kidding. You telling me Abbasov hasn't moved? I mean, we've been here like... We were here like when? Like 20 minutes ago. I can only read on the virtual paper. I can only read A5, the 24th move. And Abbasov didn't move anything in the meantime. Nothing. Look, I can understand psychologically that Abbasov maybe is not very excited anymore. Abbasov didn't win a single game. He either drew or he lost. So I don't think he got the mental fuel or the personal will to do something out of his conditioning. I mean, he just wants to finish this thing as a bad experience and just go home. He is not very excited anymore, Abbasov. So he's got plenty of time now. He probably thinks... Hello, Jan. Thanks for visiting. Very good question. That's a very tough game happening with huge chances for both players. And actually, because you raised the problem and these guys haven't moved nothing, so we're going to go now to Alireza and Gukesh. You would be surprised to know that after Rook Fe, I did say Rook Fe. Hitachi, if you remember, I did say Rook Fe. But, of course, one of the many possibilities. Rook Fe, you don't want to go here because of the potential when the knight moves. I mean, you could move the knight and stuff. So, Rook Fe, you're not going to get in trouble with this. He didn't play H3, though. He played Rook Fe. What does that mean? That means, Hitachi, going back to our old idea, Knight F1, and if there's any Bishop G4, you just move the queen, so to speak. You're moving the queen. Like, where do you move the queen? No, it's not going to be Knight F1, not before H3. You still have to play H3. No, you have to play H3. You still have to do it. Yes, it is Black's turn, though. It's Alireza's turn. Very difficult for... If Gukesh wins it, it's very unclear, and it's so difficult. So, going back to your question, Ayan, the only little stuff for Gukesh is just the dark squares. If he somehow manages to put that bishop on G or on H or something, he might have something. Yeah, so I guess he practically is looking actively to get that bishop on G5, which is a nice idea. That will force Black. If this guy makes it on G5, you're forcing Black to play King G7. Because if they don't do King G7, they lose. So he's going to play G7. And then I don't know why it's going to push H4 or something. I don't know, but it's tough. You're in a pin, though. You're in a pin, though. There is also this, this, and this. It's a long stretch. That's a very long idea. You have to think of everything. That's a very difficult game for Gukesh. So Gukesh needs the victory, indeed. He really wants it, but that's a very tough game and a very long game too. So those guys gonna be playing all the time. Very complicated, very difficult. You've got to move super carefully. Ali Reza gonna give a very tough game this evening. So Bishop E6, he solidifies everything. He plays it splendidly. Is just, how do you break this thing? How do you play Bishop G5? And if you manage to play Bishop G5, King G7 just solves it, sort of. You may want to play Bishop H6, but where do you get the white knight? Where exactly you move the knight? Are you going to play H3 first? And then do something with the white knight? Very difficult. I don't know. That's going to be a very long game. So Gukesh Ali Reza, guys, fasten your seatbelts because that's gonna be a journey. Tough one. Toughest is for Gukesh and probably Ali Reza. But Gukesh wants to get the point, right? So he's on 7.5. So yes, conceptually, it could be a thriller from a conceptual and for this guy's emotional point of view as well. For us, it's just a delightment. We just, hey, how the heck did he go with knight d3? You speculated that knight d3. Would you care, Itachi, to reveal your thoughts behind knight d3, which you did speculated previously, and I had discarded it because I don't see nothing about knight d3. I apologize for my short-sightedness. Would you care to develop a bit more? What's with knight d3 you've said previously? You did say knight d3. Ian had spent half an eternity. Yeah, something like this. Half an eternity he spent indeed for playing this. What's the stuff with knight d3? Well, I understand you're scared, but knight d3, after queen takes the pawn, what do you plan on doing next? Sorry for being so naive and, again, blind on things, not seeing, not understanding good enough. But what's with the stuff after queen takes your pawn? Now, I guess you do want to play knight e5, okay, but... Okay. Yeah, but the idea was white was doing slightly better at some point. Oh, wait a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. No. After queen d4, you're going to do this. Because knight f4 is no longer applicable. Right? So to speak. Because you have a knight here. And you're going to take. And they're going to take. But it's looking dangerous, perhaps, for black. So, if queen takes the pawn, would you go queen h5? Well, that's another stuff that might happen very well. Yes, of course. And then rook a to d. So queen d4, queen h5, bishop b7, as you said, rook ad. And what do you play next? He didn't touch the pawn. Hikaru is developing. And he does it very well. He does it so freaking well. He uses his chances. Bishop b7 now. You know, there's always something. And now all of a sudden, my friends, all of a sudden, the bishop on b7 becomes incredibly aggressive. it's actually hitting directly. Now, knight e5, I'm not sure just yet. Knight e5. What do you play? Hello, Krish. Thanks for visiting the stream. So, knight e5 wants to actually grab this guy, perhaps. Or maybe you want to play queen to h5. But by the way, it is black's turn. Just to make it very as a... we'll go to that one. We've just been there. What's this gonna do, you reckon? Is queen g5 playable? And if it's playable, what is white supposed to do? I'm being very serious about the question. If queen g5, it's black's turn, by the way. And I'm just asking if queen g5 not just prevents h5, threatens you checkmate on g2. Not just stops your queen. There you go. There you go. I said if queen g5, what do you play with white? You're actually having just checkmate next turn. No panic. No need to panic. It's just checkmate next turn. No need to panic. Do you play g3? d5. Okay. And the game is getting really heated. d5, which sort of, it does make sense. And then rook ad. And then you need to start thinking again and again and again. Maybe knight f3, but that's just, I feel it incredibly insufficient. You played on e5, which is great. And now you want to play on f3 to actually block that bishop and queen checkmate. Whilst I understand, I'm just hating it. I hate getting the pieces backwards to defend and block and stuff. I absolutely hate it, knight f3. It might be the correct move or a good move, but personally, I just hate getting my pieces back. Very difficult for... Could you play, first thing first, the check with tempo? Queen is going to capture. And then f3. I'm not very proud, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking of... I hate knight f3 so much. You have no idea. I mean, you can... But it's you're giving up on the initiative. You're allowing black to actually dictate things here. You have to keep that knight is fixed. It's a pain. Then they might be throwing this Itachi. So let me just show tell you this. Knight f3, right? What if black comes with... Sorry, queen is being hit here, of course. So knight f3. It's complicated now. Can we do this? And then this. Oh boy. I don't know what to say about knight f3. I really don't know what to say about knight f3. I don't know. You said d5. Can I take... Okay, if you take on g6 and queen takes, it's enormous pressure here. How exactly you dealing with this? You do f3. I guess you can. I guess you can. Very, very tough little one here. All of a sudden, Itachi and my friends, have you noticed a couple of moves ago, white was doing very cool, very nice. And now all of a sudden, just after a few moves, because the knight had been played on d3, all of a sudden doesn't look amazing for white anymore. We're gonna do a little exception. I'm going to go back just 2 moves. I absolutely want to know, I fundamentally want to know if the engine considers knight e6 better or worse than knight d3. Because exactly as you say, Itachi, looks like he threw away everything he's ever had, if he had something. So I really want to know if knight e6 is actually the real deal. I apologize for this. I need to know this answer. And yes, you have the supreme confirmation. We have debated long and hard. Knight e6 all the way, baby. Knight e6 is the only move for white to play. And we've debated it all day. And we were correct, Itachi. Very much so. Knight e6, the winning move for Nepo. And he fought a lot, and he went freaking badly with the move that we said. I said like 10 times I wouldn't do knight d3 ever, 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 under no circumstance. And he did freaking play it. What did he see? It's beyond me. But what I do know is that Hikaru probably was saying thank you very much. And now he is kind of. Knight e6 was the first ever. I thought about knight e6. We did discuss this, Itachi, even before had played that c5 move. We did say knight e6 ages ago. But unfortunately, it wasn't Nepo's conclusion. And now, blimey, but queen g5 is a threat. It's a checkmate threat. I'm sorry for Nepo. He had it in his grasp. He just threw it away. And now he needs to struggle. He needs to play defensively. He needs to put up a fight to just stay in the race. So chess is so highly psychological. Yes, exactly right, Itachi. We discussed f5, we discussed knight c5, we discussed b6, and we covered knight e6, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, knight f4. All the stuff we had discussed it. And we concluded it's good for white. And then Nepo played that incredibly shocking move, knight d3, which I don't see any reason behind it. Well, it could be a reason, but he ends up way, way worse than he ever hoped for. So how do you defend against this? I just don't want to play this with white. You could probably do knight f3. You could probably play this, but I just hate it. I hate them both. I hate them equally. And all of a sudden, I don't like white's position at all. Black is doing very good now. Very good attack for Nakamura. There you go. Tables have turned. Nice one. So, let's go for the next one. That's what we're doing. We are doing a cycle. So, what did we highlight last time? Castles and things. Castles, indeed. Queen to e7. I thought that maybe Fabio wants to trade and stuff. Queen e7. Okay. Queen e7. Prague's turn. You could do a5. You could do rook b. You could do bishop b. You could do all this stuff. Amoratza 313. Thank you for coming. Soren Chess Coach, my name is Amoratza, if that's your name. So, Queen e7. Okay, so rook b1 to pressurizing sort of here. But a5 always playable. Bishop b2. Rook ab. I would like to connect the white rooks. Is there anything happening? How do you increase the attack and things? Probably bishop b2 to connect the rooks, and maybe you would like to explore later on with f4. I'm not sure about that one. because it looks like I'm helping also black. But there is a nice pressure on g7 anyway. So, yeah, we can consider these ideas. a5, maybe, not a bad one, maybe, I'm not sure. If I manage to make c6 another target, I would be happy. How do I attack it? Well, that's another question. Again, bishop b2. Bishop b2, it's not bad, but then I have to waste another tempo to playing bishop c3 in order to attack on the b, maybe? Well, you got to take it step by step. I mean, look at the difference in between the two bishops. Look at the black bishop on d6, and look at the white bishop on c1. Huge difference in between the two. A terribly bad bishop and a very good bishop, attacking actually. So just saying to all of our friends that if you ever wanted an example of a bad bishop and a very good bishop, you have it right now. Black bishop on d6 is a very bad bishop, and the white bishop is incredibly active, very strong, attacking. So that's a very good example of good bishop versus bad bishop. And Prague is incredibly happy, I guess. Fabi can't castle. Fabi would have needed a victory, but you can't achieve it under these circumstances. It's very tough. And let me tell you another idea, Itachi. It may look a little bit weird, but maybe bishop d2 to enable doubling of the rook here on the b file. There is something about the f7. What? Bishop e2 blunder. Sorry, what do you mean bishop e2 blunder? Is bishop e2 a blunder? Apologies. Is it? Are you sure bishop e2 a blunder? How is that a blunder? What? Am I dropping pieces now? What do you mean? Aha! Oh, right. I get it. Bishop e2 g6. Yes, you are correct. So queen to bishop to d2. Bishop to d2, g6, then I'm going to move the queen wherever I want, sort of speak. Probably here. And then rook once, then rook lift and maybe rook fb, trying this way. Because of all these nice ideas. So bishop d5. Sorry, bishop d2, right? Hello, person. Right, so bishop d2, if g6, queen h3 to still preventing black from castling long. Maybe rook ab or maybe rook fb. No, I'm not sure. Rook b3 lift, rook fb, and that sounds to be a reasonable way to play this with white, for white. He played it right now, queen h3. He doesn't want to wait for g6 or anything. So he played it right now, queen h3. So that wants to say you don't need to play g6 anymore. I moved my queen already. Okay. So I don't know what Fabi is doing. No? f6 could be, yeah, f6. You have to move on f3 because e6 is double protected. So if f6, you have to play knight to f3. Okay. I think so. Makes sense. And after knight f3, you could actually go for b2 if you really wanted to go on b2, but maybe bishop d2 is better because you want to keep the b file open for your rooks. He can play knight g6. Of course he can play knight g6. Knight g6 for knight f4. That would make sense, person. So knight g6. I wonder... Yeah, actually that's not a bad idea. That makes a lot of sense. So knight g6 for knight to f4. That makes sense. Of course he can. Of course he can. Totally. Of course. Why not? And actually, yeah. Knight g6 for knight f4. That makes sense. f3 feels incredibly weird to play it because you're kind of like blocking the queen. You might be able to play. So f6 had been chosen by Fabiano, guys. f6. Of course, knight g6 also an option, but hey, that's what happened. f3 being played almost instantaneously. Well, you don't have any other option really. So knight f3, g5 now. And now, do you have to play queen f5 as a matter of urgency? Or are you going to play crazy stuff? I don't know what crazy means, but that feels incredibly painful because you're going to get stuck with your queen forever. After this, going to be this. So you can't do it. So I really wonder, is queen f5 the only stuff? You guys tell me if you think white has any other option here. I'm like kind of like getting panicked. If I was here with the white pieces, I'd probably just play queen f5 immediately. I hope I'm not getting trapped with the knight or something at some point. I mean, can the knight attack the queen on f5? I think queen f5 is just on time. Queen f5 just on time. Yep, you have to. If you play g3, it's just... No, you can't. Sorry, I wanted to say, if you play g4, they are not going to take your guy, of course, because of this. But they definitely, after g4, they can push. And this is just awful. This is totally, totally awful. So queen f5, g4, still playable. Still playable. Yes, yes. Yes, of course. g4 is still doable. Person, I would agree. So queen f5, g4. You gotta move your knight. But actually, might this allow me to play? Would that allow white to play knight h4? Well, you can. In the idea that you may, I mean, you have g6 is accessible. And then again, white is enjoying a very active bishop, whereas black bishop is an eternal pain, so to speak. So first thing first, guys, probably we have to consider queen f5. And if it's g4, as person says, probably knight h4. Keep an eye on the g6. You have the bishop d2. Nice and active. You have connected the rooks. Black still cannot castle. I guess it's a bit optimistic for white here. Maybe the pieces position for white is a bit better here. Because you have an active bishop. I don't think black's better. Knight d2. Okay, knight d2. Okay, knight d2. Because the bishop on d6 is such a bad bishop, maybe it's not that better, black. Can we say that? The bishop on c1, if it ever moves, so to speak, yeah. Maybe getting drawish now. Maybe getting drawish. I'm not sure black's better. Well, you do attack. Yeah, I mean, there is some prospects here. There is some stuff happening. Okay. This guy's going to come here. Knight e6 blocking the queen. Itachi, there is something about the long castling. You can do it. But are you sure you're happy with a5 and a6? Really? You're still going to do the long castling? Knowing that I'm going to push a5, a6? So, maybe you should be reluctant about castle long? Maybe you shouldn't castle at all? Yes, I think the focus now should be on advancing the G and the H pawn. Also, you would like to get the black rook from A8 over to G. But how exactly? Because you have to move the king. Could you move king F7? Okay, so rook F E1 had just happened. Could black dream about king F7? Just in order to just make it here like really nice and hitting everything? A missed person, I would say yes, but you still need the second rook to actually be very, very aggressive. So can I maybe suggest king f7, or you're going to hit directly now with knight f4? You could just... they're very dangerous, because now all of a sudden, Prague's white queen is pretty much cornered. All of a sudden. They seem to, I mean, it seemed to be at some point, white was absolutely, thriving in all the potential ideas. And now the white queen is on h3, bishop on c1 hadn't been moved, and all of a sudden the black pawns are coming down. And there is also knight f4. So, wow, I don't know what to say. Yeah, you could hit with g4. You could also play knight f4. Which one is it? This is just something. It's just beautiful. And suddenly, Fabi seems to be happier. This one definitely puts black in a better position than it was like 5 moves ago. Totally. Fabulous stuff. All the games are so exciting. Absolutely so exciting. After like half an eternity, Abbasov decided to play bishop d6. He did spend some time here. Notice if this, there is always this. So you got to be careful about that one. Rook fe. The super triple power along the e file. Queen goes away. Queen goes away from the potential of if bishop takes, if knight captures, you no longer fork the queen and the rook. So it is takeable from this point of view. I'm not sure you really want to take it, but it's takeable. So it might be this. And then knight is very happy and very jumpy everywhere and stuff. But you got to be careful about this. Bloody hell. Actually, bishop takes, you got to take with the rook, right? Right? Or you ready to exchange a queen and the pawn for 2 black rooks? Now it's starting to be very fascinating. Because Vidit knows at this stage that very likely Abbasov wants to take this, and you need to make a massive decision. A very committal decision. If you take with the knight, you need to calculate this. If you take with the rook, bloody hell. Rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, king takes. So, what do you play? Probably you have to take the bishop, right? Bishop takes. And then knight takes. So, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have to take the bishop, and then what do? Do you play rook back? Just to being able to moving the knight? Crazy. So, you know, Itachi, what is fascinating about watching all these games this evening with you, my friends? At some point, I've just seen only very positive scenarios for Vidit in any direction I looked. And something happened in the last 10 minutes of all the games that whatever seemed to be the case until then, it's just got reversed. And now I'm no longer convinced. Because this is a very serious stuff here. So now you need to think very carefully. What do you take with? If you take. If you don't take, you're going to take with a pawn? That's another idea. But I don't know how exactly you're going to invest in this position. Exactly. Spot on, Itachi. Ian lost super advantage because he did the play 96. Vidit lost it now because, I mean, you got to think carefully at this stage. And Prague as well. And now Fabi exudes now. He's absolutely super, super happy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, man. So that's Gukesh, ladies and gents. Bishop attacked the rook. Queen being attacked by the pawn. Pawn takes, queen under threat. Queen moves to safety. Rook moved away from the bishop's attack. Knight to f1, backward move. Hey, finally, Itachi. The bishop is kind of like free to go. Finally. And Alireza needs to do something, right? Is the bishop free to go? It's not. Queen. Do you play bishop e3 to making sure that this guy is going to disappear, so to speak? But then, oh my days, you got this. Well, you don't, because there is a knight. That is another fascinating game. All 4 games are very instructive and so rich in all the positions here. And you can start debating now. What do you do? I mean, this is incredibly versatile. It can go all directions. You could go this, go this. It's not, well, you got to be careful though. It is a very powerful attacking move. Absolutely. Totally. Totally. So maybe after all, bishop e3, bishop c4, queen c2. Tough one. Because black would also love to push this pawn at some point. Mind you, the rook is here. The bishop is here on the f. This is going to be incredibly exciting. Very, very exciting. Already super, super complex. So that's a good question. You play bishop e3 to just making kind of like attempt to get this guy off the board. It's very dangerous, that bishop. So dangerous. That bishop is so dangerous. And I think maybe it's the right time to try and trade it. You know, then what if bishop goes here? Well, maybe then you go here. You have to be careful that knight actually stops the checkmate. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Then if this guy takes, you're going to get checkmated. So Itachi, look at this idea. Let's just assume, I mean, just giving some wild scenarios. Just imagine bishop e3, imagine bishop e3, imagine bishop b8, imagine this kind of stuff happening, then imagine this. Imagine you have to move the queen. Imagine the bishop takes your guy, and in the minute you take with whatever, you're going to have a massive problem with queen to h2 stuff. I mean, just broadly, but this is a lot of attacking ideas floating for Alireza now accessible to him. This is a lot of stuff happening. This is a lot of happening. Boy, oh boy. And all of the 4 games had reversed the chances, Itachi. 1 hour ago, or I don't know, half an hour ago, when I was talking to you, situation was exactly opposite. And now all the 4 games had returned the chances. It could be bishop b3, the stuff. Bishop g5, yeah, you could. Bishop g5 attacks the knight directly. True, 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 true. Yes. Bishop g5, then king g7. So bishop g5, and I reckon, Mr. Person, I reckon bishop g5. I reckon bishop king to g7. As a matter of fact, so that might be. But there is a lot of tactics going on here. So yeah, bishop g5, king g7, if that were to be the case. Always this is, and removing of the knight on f1 is paramount in the light of bishop battery with the queen. So that's just fabulous stuff. Yes, king g7, h6, you might be able to kick the bishop away. There's a lot of happening. Tons of happening, guys. Tons and tons of happenings. Absolutely fabulous. fabulous, fabulous stuff here. And boy, oh boy, poor Ian. D5 had been decided by Ian, and that's the painful outcome of not having played knight e6 when it had to be played. And now that's what you got. We might be just very well witnessing a rook d8. We might see the rook coming to d8. And then you have to contrive something about that pawn. I don't know. You might see very well knight f4. Absolutely. You have to take it from there. Yes, of course. All these ideas, they might seem to work. They maybe knight h? Could it be knight h? There's a lot of stuff. Oh boy, oh boy. Tough one for Ian. He missed an excellent chance, and now he struggles to not getting checkmated, or at least to survive this onslaught from Hikaru. Right. Guys, we're going to be back in just a few seconds. Look at the position, type in your ideas if you think you found a better plan. And yeah, we're going to keep discussing this, fellas. Be back in a sec. Alrighty. Let's see what happened here. Anything happened? This message. Which one? Right, cool. Let's go back to the games. D5. Nothing that Hikaru played. And let's move to the next game. I guess these are very good moves. Knight f4, threatening checkmate on g2. Knight h4, the same threat. g2 checkmate. If you're playing g3, it's a disaster because this bishop would be actually taken everything away from the white king. So g3 is never playable. You shouldn't play g3 at all, I guess, right? Because this guy is incredibly weak. Hi there, Shukriya. Thanks for stopping by. You could also subscribe to this YouTube channel if it's useful, anything you can hear and read on the chat. And you're welcome to be coming back at any time or stay with us maybe for a bit longer. So again, g3 can't be really played for white as a defense mechanism because of the bishop, and you won't be able to defend d5 for too long. So now looks like black's doing better. I'm going to try an eval by myself, and I'm going to check it on the engine and see if that's if I'm close to the factuality. So let me think. I think black's better now. Black's definitely better now. And I would give it now a minus. I would give it a minus 0.60, minus 0.6. Because piece's activity, bishop b7, is a nightmare for Ian. Queen, another little nightmare. And this guy would be participating directly onto attacking g2. Gukesh is in actually a very difficult position, Shukriya. He was doing apparently a little bit better, but after the last moves, apparently now Fabi, sorry, not Fabi, Alireza actually has built up some very nice attacking chances there. So we're going to go and visit them. That's a very good question. There you go, rook d8. Yeah, I did highlight rook d8 and bishop b3 being played automatically. It's an act of desperation. Guys, may I ask you, what do you do after c6? This is, sorry, yeah, so minus 0.60 was. Let me just find out, actually. Oh, bloody hell, plus 0.12. But I feel so sort of weak on this light square diagonal and with the things here. I just really, I'm not comfortable having the white pieces here. My God. Tough, very tough. Oh, boy. Hikaru's turn. Do you do c6? Knight f4 asked Mr. Person, what do you do if knight f4 was the question he asked? And that's a very good question. So knight f4 wants to checkmate on g2. And we've got to do something about it. Can we just play queen f3? I know, it's just, can you do anything else? Knight f4 g3, says Itachi. So knight f4, yeah, queen f3 rather than g3. g3 feels very risky and kind of bad. If this white pawn is to disappear, and I think it will disappear because black is going to challenge it with c6. So if this pawn is to disappear, you will have massive eternal problems with that diagonal. And I think you are going to be in a very bad position. That pin is very uncomfortable. But maybe you can move queen f3 and then queen g3, hoping to trade off stuff, Mr. Person. So then again, knight f4, queen f3, uncomfortable, I'll give you that. It's a little bit horrible. And I agree. I don't like it. But what can I do? g3, I don't want to consider g3, although it might be an idea. But I don't want to consider g3 for the reasons I've exposed. So I think knight f3, then queen to f3, and with the first opportunity, queen to g3. I have to try queen to g3 very quickly. And maybe you can go with the game. c5 being played. What the heck is this c5 thingy? What is the c5? Why not c6? Why not c6? So that you make sure that this guy does disappear. Well, c6 is not the same thing. Wait a second. Mr. Person, I don't think that's a problem with knight f4. There is no problem with knight f4. You just... I don't think there's a problem with knight f4. Not at all. No problem. It's just he plays c5, and I try to understand why the heck he did c5, though. Now, I guess c6 doesn't really do the... But yeah, of course it does. Why not c6? You can't really take, right? I guess. So c5. c5, right? Why? Why c5? How do you challenge d5? The question was, if you play c5, how exactly are you going to challenge d5? That leads the bishop to hit g2, and maybe, you know, you being in a pin with this guy, so to speak, maybe... So I do not understand c5 very well. Well, I've seen something. It's because b5 and c4. And that's the reason. Yeah, now I've seen it. It took me an eternity, right? So, ladies and gents, c5 wants to do b5 and c4. No more bishop defending here. And then you might have some issues. Then you do have some issues after this guy had been taken by probably bishop. Well, I guess Jan has to think of something now. Probably knight f3 or something. It's getting really critical. Or maybe he's going to move the queen. I don't know. But definitely c5, played by Hikaru, intends to play b5 and c4. Rook e3, that's... Well, you can't really play it, right? Because this guy's going to take... Maybe you want to play Itachi. Maybe you want to play Rook e3, then you're going to take here, and then the Rook g3. Something like this. I guess it... Yes, but are you fast enough, though? Rook e3, b5. Knight takes. Queen or pawn, Rook g3. That might be the only ticket out of this mess. To some extent. I'm not sure it's been solved because d5 is takeable. Or maybe Rook h3, stuff like that. Sure, of course. Yeah. So, there might be Rook e3, one of the very few ways to dealing with this. Mind you, b5 and c4 is Hikaru's intention. That's why he played c5. He is aware you're not able to take on c6 because queen is attacked by the rook. So you're going to have to come up with something. Either queen f3 or rook e3, rook g3. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, knight g6 first. Knight g6 first. You're forcing black to take back. And then you're going to move over rook g or rook h. I don't know. But probably that's how you're going to do it. Probably. And if rook g3 or rook h3, then if queen took on g6, then maybe you could do queen h5 and stuff. Maybe you're hoping for some trades and things. But this guy going to be taken. And if he gets a pawn majority, you're going to lose because of the pawn majority and because you lost d5. So you might get to lose the game after the trades of the knight and queen and things. You might get to lose the game because of the pawn majority and because this guy's going to be captured. d5 going to be captured, and you're going to have 3 versus 2. I'm not sure how going to turn up. I'm not sure how going to be. So good stuff. Probably we're going to see rook g3. Probably we're going to see queen f3. g3, I think it's horrible. So rook e3 or queen f3. g3 probably can't be played. Knight g6 could be. Yes, it could be knight g6. Could I say knight g6, queen takes or pawn takes, and then is... No, you can't play. If queen takes, maybe you could do rook e7, though. Nah. No, you can't. No. Maybe? Nah, because then they go on a8. You still have the same issue. Okay, so knight captures, queen or pawn, and rook e3 for rook g3. That is probably one idea for Ian. Oh, bloody hell, knight f3. He always does this kind of backward knight moves. So instead of knight e6, he played knight d3, and now instead of potentially knight takes and stuff, he went knight f3, attacking queen. I understand. He won a tempo. He attacks the queen. Fine. He attacks the queen. Okay. Not just he attacks the queen, he clears the way for the rook. Well, you can't bloody play the rook because there is a knight. Okay. He attacks the queen. He attacks the queen. Gotta move it. Where is he moving the queen? I don't know. I don't know. If you do queen to g4, you could be further attacked with h3. Then you're going to have to move the g file. You're going to have to move away from the g file. So probably that's Ian's intention. He wants to make the black queen move away from the g. Probably that's what he want to do, amongst others and things and stuff. So he hopes that queen's going to go away. If queen's going to go h, at least you'd no longer have the checkmate threat, you know. Difficult. Of course they are difficult, and they're going to get even more difficult. And emotionally for the players, it's very challenging and very demanding. Very demanding indeed. Let's move to the other game, guys. So that is Ian and Hikaru. Let's look at Prague and Fabi. Hey, he castle long. Where were we last time, guys? We were here last time. Move 18. And I think Hitachi called g4. Makes sense now. Queen being attacked. Queen to e3. Castle long. Castle long, castle long. Now, I guess that one should be played at some point. Because now he goes with queen e2. Queen e2 means... What does it mean? Because even if this guy takes, you can't really do this because of this, right? So if queen e2 wanted to say, I'm not allowing you to do h4, I don't think that's a strong of reason. a5, a6 is slow, but have you got anything else? Have you really got anything else? You gotta move your guys around here. You gotta move your pieces. Probably you want to defend a little bit. Or how do you stop those pawns, by the way? We did say rook dg. So yeah, rook g8 is incredibly sensible move. And it's looking scary for white here. That's a purely defensive approach now. You knight f1. Of course, bishop, again, now is a little bit more. So probably he's going to play this guy here. What do you play after this? h4, my god. Oh boy, where did we get? If you remember, Hitachi was some, I don't know, 10 moves ago, and I was fully admiring Prague's harmonious development of all the pieces and stuff, and now all of a sudden, Prague finds himself in a very defensive position. He got the, I mean, my days, is those rooks here? I mean, oh wow. Oh, wow. He's going to push the pawns. 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 Knight e3. Knight e3. Knight e3 actually wants to play f5. Probably that's obvious. And now Fabi thinks about what to do because obviously he wants to do this. Can you play a knight to d4, attacking the queen, and if knight f5, you're going to play queen f8. You're protecting the bishop. If knight's going to take, queen's going to take. If they don't take, you're going to move the bishop away. I don't know where. But anyway, can we play with black knight to d4 with tempo, attacking the queen first? Can we? And I think... My friends, I think Fabi plays for the win now. I think black plays to win. And I would start, if I had blacks here, I would start with knight d4, attacking queen directly. That's how I feel it too. I think in this position, Definitely Fabi tries to go for the win. Wow. So knight d4 attacks the queen. Queen has to play. Probably d1. Because if you go here, it's a massive suffering. You're blocking your bishop. There is crazy stuff happening. I mean, this you can't do this. So if knight d4, queen to d1, hopefully you're going to be able to play c3, kick the guy away. Maybe. After knight f5, I guess Fabi going to play queen to f8. And if you take the bishop, it's a bad bishop anyway. And he would say, thank you very much for taking my bad bishop. And this guy's going to be moving down the board anytime soon. They're going to be moving down the board. So yeah, we're going to see knight d4. Is he going to play maybe knight to f4? Is it better than knight d4? It might be a very important nuance. Knight f4 still hits the queen. Queen goes back. Can you play knight h3? The idea being more pressure. The idea being, if you capture, I am going to take. Either d4 or f4. And I guess Fabi is actually calculating exactly these lines. Exactly these lines now. They both seem incredibly promising. I like them both very much. If you play knight to f4, you attack the queen. But if this guy manages to play, they might be able to take your knight. But then you're going to take back with the other pawn, supported by the bishop. It's a nightmare to defend this with white. Itachi, I'm going to tell you something. This is a nightmare to defend with white. An absolute nightmare. So after knight f4, I guess it's so uncomfortable having the white pieces here. So uncomfortable. I don't even know where to tell you to moving the queen. If you go on the F, you kind of like... Okay, I have to open the door. Sorry, guys. Be back in a sec. Oh. Right. Right, so... Very difficult for white here. King h1, queen move to d1. Yes, that is correct. That is correct, person. That's absolutely correct. Knight f4, queen d1, and knight f3. So we can conclude, guys, that actually knight f4 would be the devastating continuation here. Enormous pressure on the white queen, and I do not have good advice for the white queen. I don't even know where you should be moving that queen. After this. Can we give it a minus, what? Minus 0.90 or even more? Is there any resource to defend against this onslaught? Minus 0.90 or minus 0. Or minus 1, minus 2. What is it? At least minus 0.90. Let's find out. Yes, I was probably the closest with this evaluation than I was today. So that's the closest I got today. Minus 0.86, I said minus 0.90. The attack is devastating. So yeah, we don't need the eval bar because we know it ourselves. This is devastating. Everything aiming at the king side and queen, and all of us. I don't know how Fabi pulled this magic, but actually this is just so unbelievable. Right. I don't have a good move for white. I'm not happy with anything. I'm not happy with queen f1. I'm not happy with queen d1. I'm not happy with anything. I'm not happy with queen d2. I'm not happy with nothing. Everything is bad. Queen to d1. I'm thinking also... No, I can't do this because there's this guy. So queen to d1. g3. g3. What exactly? I think there could be a few ways for you to win here. So knight f4, queen d1 you said. I had suggested g3. And I don't have good move for white, I'm sorry. g3, knight f5, queen f8, knight f4, queen d1, g3, knight f5, queen f8. What do you do exactly? Knight f5, queen f8? No, after knight f5, no, pardon. Oh, whoa, whoa, hold, wait a minute. No, 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 I'll take on h2 or on f2 first. I'm not moving any queen anywhere. No, 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 no. So again, knight f4, queen d1, g3, knight f5. I need to consider either this or that. With check. With check. Right, Mr. So-called Soviet, we're doing this game now. So stop deviating ideas going to, I don't know where exactly you want to go to. Why don't you come with some ideas in this particular position here? So again, knight f4, knight d1, g3, knight f5, queen f8. No, 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 not queen f8. I'm going to take either f. Okay, he went for this one. Oh. Knight d4. Huh. Why didn't he go knight f4? Queen d1, almost instantaneously being played by Prague. I don't know. I don't know. I don't say knight d. I would have preferred actually. Oh, amongst others, I think I might get a clue why he did do it though. Does he want to play actually this? And he needed the knight. No, he can't do this. No, he attacked the queen. He actually wants to stop this kind of stuff. He actually thinks that he's going to take it back with the knight. But there is always c3 first. Or does he want to play knight f3? Oh boy, does he want to play knight f3? Does he want to play... Guys, is knight f3 playable here? Knight f3, check, and fork. You kind of have to take. Takes check. There might be a quicker way, guys. No, after knight f3 you are in check, Hitachi. You have to react to that move. It is black's turn, mind you. We do know, all of us, we know that Fabi is actually totally in massive advantage here. Is in a way better position. So the question was, is knight f3 the way to play this position? No. Is it? Knight f3? Knight f3. Okay, h3. Pretty much everything works. If you capture here, you're gonna... Okay, oh my, there, you can't even take that guy. Oh, this is absolutely unplayable for white. This is a disaster for white. Okay, is c3 one desperate attempt? c3, knight f3. This guy... Oh my god, you're getting smoked out everywhere. You can't play this with white. You can't play this. It's just... It's just coming abruptly to an end. Knight h... What knight h8 exactly? I'm not sure. I think more important now is that the black had concentrated actually for the f3. He doesn't want to address any knight f5 Arseni. So that one, it's not black's intention. I don't think they want to take. They actually want to focus on knight f3. If you were to do this, I gather you could still do knight f3. It's white's turn though, and I really wonder if knight f5 aims to actually tries to deactivate this guy a little bit here. I'm not sure though. So knight f5. What do you play with black after knight f5? Yeah, I think it's finished for Prague indeed. Now, the question is, knight f5, how do you react to this? Because if you take with the knight, you kind of like take the knight away from the knight f3 ideas. So knight f5, what do you play? Not g3 played by Prague, guys. g3. Okay, at least this one wins a... This is a little bit not over. I'm going to tell you something, people. He blocked the pawns. The way would be, if you play knight f3, okay, you're going to win this guy. He's going to move. I don't know what. King f1? King f1. Fine. No, you can't do king f1. You're going to have to play king h because you got to keep an eye on this guy. So, knight f3, king h1. If knight takes, you're going to take. This guy's actually blocking your rooks. White is boasting 2 minor pieces versus a dead bishop. This is a very, very nuanced and subtle stuff. If you do this kind of knight f3 ideas, again, you might be winning a rook if you decide to take, but then the only piece, the bishop doesn't exist at the minute. The bishop will start to exist when you actually manage to break somehow. So, it is locked. So the question is, do you really want to take the rook, which practically doesn't do nothing, give you a super active knight for that idle rook? It is locked. That's exactly what he did right now. And again, the question would be, should have FIDE play actually should have played knight f3 here? That's my question. Should you play knight f3 rather than h3? Can I ask you this question, guys? Do you think black should actually do knight f3 here? So actually, this is the important moment. Knight f3, check. You don't do knight f3? Because I'm very much inclined to say knight f3 looks a bit more playable. It's actually the move. Knight f3 is the move, looks like it. h3 just locks everything, blocks it all, and the rooks no longer do nothing. Your pawns can't move down. And now you could do a knight f3, you could even take a rook, but to what extent, to what avail, actually? So knight f3, gf, gf check, check, king h1, and you want to get the rook over to the g file. Oh, bloody hell, this is... You want to get the rook to the g. And the black knight had just been taken. Oh. Knight f3. Knight f3. It might be defensible. Yeah, it might be defensible after all. Bloody hell. Very tough games. So tough games. Incredibly tough games. He did play knight f3. King h1 had been played, guys. Knight takes c1. He decided to take the rook. Queen takes. Queen d7. This is a little bit far from over. This is far from over. So far from over. Let me tell you what I think and feel about the current position. Prague is going to play knight f5. He's going to play knight f5. This knight is incredibly valuable. It means everything for Prague. Probably black needs to investigate. Maybe you need to sack a full rook or something to get that guy off. I don't know. But knight f5 is going to stay there. And Itachi, exactly as you just said now, rook h5 might be one way to hoping for takes, and maybe takes. Maybe you increase the attack in this fashion. Maybe. Far from over. So knight f5 is an incredibly powerful idea. Bishop e3. And I think now Prague can start thinking about a5, a6. Or maybe you got something else. I don't know. But this is so far from over. The reason I'm not sure about that trade is that the bishop is incredibly bad. The bishop on d6 is painfully bad. Doesn't exist. Knight on f5 is super strong. Bishop e3 is very decent and also attacks. And those two minor pieces are worth way more than this bishop and whatever the rooks may try to do. After a5 and a6, I'm not sure how locked the position is. So knight to f5. Let me just depict, Soviet, let me just depict a couple of things. Knight to f5, bishop e3. I mean, just randomize, let's just consider this setup here. Knight f5, bishop e3. I'm just, you know, playing a little bit. Queen to a5. So I mean, it's playable for white. I'm not sure if you should actually pushing the pawn first, a5 and a6. Maybe you should do that first. Okay, queen a6, b6, queen a. I'm not sure. I need to think about this one a bit. Queen a6, queen b7. I can't go anywhere, and I don't want to trade in particular. Knight f5, bishop e3, and I need to investigate here. Maybe knight f5, bishop a3? And rook b. So that's possible. What I do know is that the black rooks are suffering incredibly. I don't know what you are supposed to do with those rooks anymore. What do you do with those rooks? Rook a to b? Yeah, I did mention the idea. So you try to get your things in place, attacking. This guy's going to come here. Probably bishop's going to move to e3 or a3. I'm not sure which one. Probably e3. Not quite over time pressure. He is low on time. He is low on time indeed. He is. I mean, he is lower than Fabi. 22 versus 30. Yeah, he has to move a bit faster. Has to move a bit faster. So at least the white rook attacks something. The black rooks, both black rooks don't do nothing. Do you have to? I'm gonna try something, guys. Do you have to do now king to d8 and king to e7? No, you can't though, because knight f5 is gonna just, oh my god. I mean, in the idea to getting the rooks over to this side, but where do you move your king? Okay, can you do king b8, king a8? And then rook over? Yeah, Itachi, I think that is probably the way. King b8, king a8, and then try to get some rooks to defend and things. I don't see anything else. Yeah, that's the way. That is the way. Whatever white throws at... Oh, what is this? Bloody... Ah! Okay. Okay, he want to play bishop h6, fellas. That's what he want to play. He want to play bishop h6. You want to play bishop h6 and trade whichever of the two minor pieces of whites. I guess Fabi would be happy to take the knight as well, because, well, you could do it now. If you want to do the knight, you'd better do it now. So if Prague wants to do something, he better move that freaking knight right now. If you want to avoid trading. Because if this happens, you're not going to trade, you're going to play bishop a3 or something. And I think you shouldn't go for trades here because those minor pieces are incredibly valuable. So again, ladies and gents, I think the knight on e3, the bishop on c1, potential a3 are more valuable. You should keep the minor pieces. They do the game. And that's very important. And actually, white's pieces are very active. The rook is already in the game, Soviet. Rook on the b5 is already in the game. Doing quite a nice attack here. So again, knight f5, bishop h6, you're not going to take that bishop, and you're not going to trade either. No, you're going to play probably bishop a3. You attacking here. And if b6, you're going to push a5. And I think it's kind of good, I guess. Again, seems to having some life for good attacking stuff for white now. Very good attacking points for white. Those two rooks are completely useless. The black rooks here, well, they might be useful when you play king b8, king a8, and maybe then move them over. What else? There you go, bishop a3. We did say that, indeed. There might be a discouragement. Actually, this is a subtle idea. There might be a discouragement for bishop h6. Although, if bishop h6, would you still take on c5, though? I think you should, because if bishop takes here, you could take with the queen, potentially. Now, that's a nice idea. There are so many ideas. So many ideas. I like it now. It's going to be a fascinating and very tough ending for these guys. Wow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If I was Fabi here, just moving a rook. I don't know. It's just so annoying. Everything is annoying. Just move a rook. I can't do bishop h6. I don't want to lose this guy. I need to move something, and I don't have any points of attack. I can't touch and move either A or B pawns. It's very unpleasant. Probably rook to h7. Maybe I can move my queen at some point away, and the rook will provide defense for this b7 square. Hello, MLS. Good to see you again, brother. How's it going? So, yeah. Difficult. Rook h7. It's a wild guess. I just not very happy now with the current setup for blacks. Rook h5, rook g5. Why? Rook h5, rook g. What do you want to do with your rooks, by the way, on the 5th rank? Itachi, what exactly you want to do? You're going to play knight f5, but let's see what black plays first. I understand what you're meaning. I'm happy to give a rook for the knight. I am. I think you have to seriously consider that. If knight f5, you really have to consider sacking in exchange for that knight. I agree. But let's see what black plays, because I don't know what you're going to do here. I do know that white might be doing this or that. Or what? But let's see what black's going to do. Shall we go to Nepo? Shall we go to... What happened? Okay, so they drew Vidit and the other guy. What a tough bunch of games here. Oh boy, that's the painful game here. Queen knight f3 had been played. Queen had to move away. Knight back. Is Nepomniachtchi going to be drawing now? Does he want to do a repeat? Does he want to do a threefold repetition or something? I don't think Jan wants to force this position. I'm going to tell you something. If Naka plays queen to g5, I think he's going to go back on f3. And he's going to be happy with the draw. I'm not sure Hikaru going to go for this, though. He might be refusing the threefold repetition. He might be going for a different choice. He might do it differently. He might do differently. It could be queen h6, of course. Could be queen h6. Could it be knight takes, though? I don't know what to say about this. Now that I don't know. Knight takes, rook takes. What do you play? Do you get the other rook? Rook takes. Just goes for a draw. I'm not sure. Queen h6, still a little bit passive. I don't know. Queen h4, what is it? Queen h6, queen h4. What do you play? Hikaru, lower on time than Nepo. Can you believe that? Yeah, you. Oh boy, he moved back. He moved back on g5. And now, if Ian wants, he could just go knight f3. Yes. I very much think so. I very much think so. Knight f3 is going to happen again. And we might see another draw. So let's leave it in abeyance now. Let's go for another one. Yeah, there might be a draw indeed. Superb Fabi Prague game this evening. This one, another tough game. Boy, oh boy, so many. Yeah, that's another tough tactical game. Yeah, that was such a tactical idea. We were somewhere here at some point with the ideas that we had underlined here. Bishop b3, attacking the bishop with the pawn. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes. Bishop e3 opposing this super dangerous bishop. So you want to have that guy disappeared. a3 by black, undermining this guy. So if you take this guy, probably is stakeable. There are many ideas here. Going forward, knight plays on the rim. g3. Oh, yeah. What the heck did I do? Okay. g3 to stop, maybe. Because this and what? g3. What's the thing with the f4? Probably something with the f4 to stop the knight after what? Bishop c. b3. f5. So knight can potentially going back and stuff? But why would you go back? No. No, 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 no. He wants to do this kind of stuff. I can't remember. Oh, did he? Right. Okay, thanks for the point. Thanks for the point. Yeah, I think the idea would be f4 here. That is correct. Yes. The idea would be f4. This is important because we've got this and we've got this. So that's a nice pressure on the g3. So f4 is bound to happen. I'm not sure if black wants to play the rook first. Do you wanna play some rook f8 first? Hello, Alexandra. So it could be rook a to f8, maybe. You want to play this one first, putting the rook behind the pawn and then push the pawn? Or do you want to push it now? So you want to do what? You could definitely play, but not at this very second. In the coming days, we can definitely play some stuff. You can send me some friend request on chess.com as well, guys, so that's okay. Yeah. And don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube so we can stay in touch for the future references. So f4 definitely a very good option. I think makes a lot of sense. Rook f8 as well. f4, rook f8. I'm not sure if we should do rook f8 first. Can you play that one just to adding extra power? Or is that necessary? I mean, the rook here doesn't do nothing anyway. Rook on a8 doesn't do anything. So why not just bring it to the party before you're breaking pawns and stuff? It really doesn't do nothing here. You're hitting your own pawn, really. So why not just do something with the rook? You could exchange the bishops, of course. You can always exchange the bishop. This guy's gonna come. Or queen. Maybe queen, though. Not the knight. Maybe you want to take with the queen. En passant, like when exactly could have been played? I'm not sure, Daniel, what en passant you are referring to. I can't see any en passant happening here. Maybe you're talking about a different game or something. There's no en passant. I don't know what you're meaning. Maybe you talk about something else altogether. So, apologies. Bishop takes, queen takes, rook. And rook f8 exactly as we said, because the rook on a8 wouldn't do a damn thing. So you better get the rook on the f. And the game continues and continues. 3-3-6, 2-4-6. Very difficult to draw category conclusion. This one springs to mind, amongst others. I would love to attack, if possible, and rook to d5 just simply attacks the queen. So yeah, definitely rook d5 is something. And probably you should play it. Rook d5. What else? Ah, I see. Queen e3. Okay, that makes sense as well. Queen e3. Queen takes and... maybe, yeah. You know, this game still has some resources. So probably they will continue playing. I'm not sure that this game is finished. This one with Gukesh and Alireza. And thank you for the update, Soviet. I guess if the guys just did the threefold repetition, it is a draw indeed. Yes, indeed. Highly risky to pushing and forcing. So I guess it's the wisest choice. Alireza and Prague, the very super fascinating games happening right now as we speak. Hey, this is the move that I called it. Rook h7. I think Soviet asked me what would I play if I was Fabi, and at some point, and I did say Rook h7. I did say Rook h7. And I've noticed King also had moved on to a8. Queen e2. What is this Queen e2 doing, by the way? I'm just incredibly curious. Ah, right, what? Things here, wants to keep the queen, wants to keep the rook or something. Okay. Not okay. There is something, but anyway. King goes in a corner. Okay, just making space for rooks to travel and things if necessary. King to g. King to g. And rook to h7. Indeed, we did say that. So that might be extra defense. So you can move the queen. Whatever you want to move the queen, you've got a rook defending here, just in any case. Queen to d1, very quickly he played rook battery here. Why? You won't be able to... Okay. So you can move the queen again. You played battery here. This guy is double defended. You can move the queen. Where do you move the queen? Here and here? For this? Where do you move the queen? Yes, knight f5, indeed. Knight f5, rook g5. Oh, h6 fork. Knight f5, rook g5. No, not a fork, but I'm... no, you can't. Blah. No, knight f5, rook g5. And I don't know, you go back? I don't know. Do you go back, I guess, right? So knight f5, rook g5, and you are going to be going back. But black could explore maybe queen c7, maybe queen a5. And maybe you could do something with the queen on a5. It could be, because time is incredibly important and it's getting really stressful. So as you approach the end of it, the mental stamina is depleted. You're getting fatigued, stressed, tired. So there is an increased chance you're going to be missing very important ideas. And yes, you could get lost in all these ideas. And if you lose the focus, it's very dangerous indeed. Very dangerous. So knight f, rook g, you coming back. Queen in order to gain access on a5. A little bit of pressure on this guy. Could be. Yeah, a5. Let me tell you something. When you play a5 and if you push one more time a6, black's going to push this probably. I don't know what you're doing then. Are they going to draw? Is there any way to breaking the pawns? Any other pawn breakage somehow? Yes. If you do, you gotta make a long journey with the knight. Bang, 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 and bang. No, that doesn't work. You have to play it anyway. You're talking about a5 in terms of queen to a5 is risky, or a5 for white is risky? For white, from white's point of view, I don't see it as a risky move, that is. You actually want to open up the b or to challenge this pawn. If it's anything, you might be getting closed maybe or something. But anyway, how you gonna be winning this with white? You need to attack this guy 3 times. Okay, I have another idea. Can white find a way to attack c5 3 times? Or 2 times? Just, I mean, you have to attack the weakness here. How do you do this? I don't know. Maybe queen d2. King f? Are you serious? King f. He spent so many minutes in order to play king f1. What is the idea with king f1? What does he want to do with king f1? Okay, queen d8, I did call it because it makes sense to me. You want to get the queen to a5. I did say that. And of course, now you want to stop the black queen from getting here. Exactly. So I don't see anything about king f1. I guess he just wanted to move something and he didn't know what. You know, so very well king f1. Queen d8 makes sense, and I did say it. Queen e1 stops the black queen. And okay, Fabi needs to come up with something. Or he just moves a rook left and right, left and right, left. No, that's weakening B Itachi. You don't want to push the B, I guess. You don't have, no, you don't want to push the B, right? I guess that's a weakening. Why would you push the B pawn? Being black. I wouldn't force it. I'm not sure. But personally, I would not push any A pawn. Maybe I would push the A pawn though, but I'm not sure. The B pawn, I feel I shouldn't touch the B pawn just yet. I wouldn't move the B pawn. You have to consider A5. I don't know. Then the guy might be playing some queen over to A, and then they take. You can't take with the queen because there is a rook. You take with the pawn. I'm going to take. You're going to be in check. You shouldn't move the B pawn with black. You shouldn't push that guy, I guess. B6, rook B7? Why would you force it if it's not necessary? Why would you do this? I'm not sure. Maybe it is better to play. Maybe it's better to play bishop d6. Is there any way for black to push this guy? Even if you give a rook. You gotta think about that idea. That's the black plan, Itachi. The only black... you need... Okay. I guess that's how he thinks about it. Yeah. He wants to push this guy. So probably you need to move a queen one more time, then to push. And if they take, you take, they take with the queen. So he wants to play this f6 to f5. And I mean, maybe. Because there is nothing else. It's gonna get really crazy anyway. I think Fabi wants to push for a win, and he just, can we say, he just doesn't care anymore, right? Rook to b3. Okay, a good old battery here. Then b6 might be necessary, but you got the bishop here. Sorry, you got the rook to g7, so that would be just... yeah. If queen b, probably queen a5. I'm not sure anymore. No, this guy is hanging. It's critical. It's critical. So I guess... can you play rook g7 first? I don't know. You could play rook g7 first. I've got another idea. Rook g7, rook f7. I think you should investigate this. Rook g7, rook f7. You want to push the f down the board. If they take, you're going to take. They take, you're going to take. I mean, if you really want to do this. I mean, it's an idea. Rook... no, there's no idea. Nah, he's going to travel back and forth all day. You're not going to risk it. He probably is happy with a draw. Nah. You're going to play rook h. You're going to play rook h7. You're going to play back and forth, back and forth. That's what you're going to do. If Prague wants to really push his luck, he could try it. But it's quite strong now. Because of... I mean, black is okay, I guess. You could play both rooks on the 7th rank. I'm not sure what you're doing with... yeah, you got this, okay. You got knight f5. But where do you go? Because the bishop covers everything. The bishop covers all the dark squares. Where exactly are you going to go with the knight after f5? So let's say this. Where are you going with the knight? And if you move queen over to b, the black queen's going to go on a5 at any time. You got to account for that one as well. Very interesting. Fascinating. Beautiful struggle. Plenty of ideas to think about. Rook b1. No, they're going to be drawing, fellas. No. Rook had been dropped back on b. That is the signal that white wants to draw. So he dropped the rook. Rook b3, rook b1. That means you don't want to do anything. And I guess now Fabi going to play this. And they're going to be drawing. They're going to draw. It's very difficult to win with white. It's very risky. And black just have to just move up and down. For the whole duration of the game, the bishop here was an incredibly bad bishop. Now plays exclusively defensive purposes. Knight on f5 will be, though, stopped by the bishop. And yeah, I guess. Okay, bishop d6, pretty much. If this probably, but that would be very time consuming. If you're doing this, it could be that they might be taking you. Or maybe not. Maybe if knight f5, you're gonna go back. You're gonna go back on f8 and that's it. Right? So knight f5, you're gonna go back, or you're gonna take, probably you're gonna go back. And that's about it. That's about it. Let's go quickly to Gukesh, because we just got 2 games, guys. We just got 2 games. That's a hell of a game again. Hey, I did say that. Well, sorry, it's not a big deal. I did say rook d5 because at least I'm attacking something. So, natural to think about this. Queen goes away. f4. You can't take en passant, because if you take en passant, the rook's gonna fall. So there's no en passant. Knight to f6, hitting the rook. Can you play... Ah, they played already. Apologies. Could you have played this? I want to make a little bit of pressure here. Maybe if I'm lucky enough, I could get also a queen somehow to attack. I'm not sure. There was an idea, but hey. Rook d2. Undermining. Knight to e3. Nice pressure here. Nice ideas. Takes. and takes. G is open for the take. And Alireza. Stern. 3 to 5. 3 to 5. Weak pawn. If you can reach to that guy first, that would be amazing for Gukesh. Gukesh kind of might be able to try something. Because Alireza is going down on time. Oh, he blundered. All right, I think I remember something. Mind you now, Alireza's on 7 minutes Soviet and Gukesh is on 18 minutes. So if that means anything, black stun, by the way, would you guys play king in the corner or rook for this? What would you play? Is there anything else you would like to try here? Would you like to play differently to claim the D file or... Queen c5 is a pin. That's not a bad idea. Itachi, thanks for the suggestion. That's a pin. That is a pin indeed. Queen c5. Pins the knight. Can we just move the... Are you sure you're actually not helping white here? Because when you play Queen c5, Itachi, you want to say that you're making a pin here. I get it. Don't you just helping white because they're going to move the king out of the pin and they making space for the heavy pieces to go on the g file attacking your king. Are you sure Queen c5 is not helping white? So to speak. So to speak. I'm really, I mean, it's a nice thought, but maybe you're actually helping the other guy. And Alireza's time is going low now. I don't know what to say. He needs to come up. Wait a second. If they hit the threshold of 40 moves, they're going to get extra half an hour. But he's got 6 more moves to play, that is. He got 6 more moves, and he got to play good stuff. He can't mess around. You got to do good stuff. Yes. So, and you got 5 minutes to play 6 very good moves. Or let's say decent moves, good moves. You can't mess up now. Alireza can't win anything now, but he could deter Gukesh to win it. Soviet, if you want to put it this way. So if Alireza wins now, Gukesh is dropped from the... Right? Because... Ian and Hikaru both have 8 points each. So if Gukesh loses now, he's on 7.5. So again, huge chances for Hikaru and Ian Nepomniachtchi. But anyway, it feels white might be a bit better. But it's incredibly complicated. It's very complicated. This one is a passer. I mean, let's just put it like this in perspective. Black has a pass pawn. He went for Queen f7. I'm not sure if you should take on g5 anymore. I'm not sure of anything because you might be having this. And I think you might be dropping... You might be dropping the... knight, correct? So if knight f5, you have queen g6 actually. Am I right? Oh, I'm missing something. It's check and a fork. What do you play? So you can't take on f5 because queen g6 and you just screwed. That would be it. So that's a poisonous pawn. It's a poison pawn. So what do you play? Why not keep it simple? Why not move the king away? Why not play this guy? Say what? H2? It's very difficult. The pressure, I feel, is more on Alireza's head than Gukesh because 4 minutes, well, 5 minutes to 16, that's a big difference. That's a very big difference. So yes, Soviet. So Arseni says queen. Yeah, king h2, exactly as I had suggested, guys. Yes. Why not we play simple chess here? King h2, just get your rooks in action, get the rook on the g file, check this guy, make the king to move in a corner, then you might be threatening this. I think actually, if I'm correct, you might be grabbing this guy on the next turn. So when you move the king away, you actually enabled your knight to grab on f5. So now the onus is on Alireza to figure out this. So what do you play now? Probably going to play the knight. Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly right. You're going to play the knight because you want to defend this guy. And, you know, maybe you can dream about some rook g6 stuff. And I don't know which one's which. Mind you, though, black, as I have told you guys, black is boasting a passed pawn. If you, and also the knight aims for this guy, that's very, very important. You could throw a check as an in-between move, Schwitzenzug, rook g1, checks the king. Hell, black can play rook g6. Not just king h8. So it's very difficult. It's so time-consuming. Problem is Alireza's really low on time. So everything you throw at Alireza now, you're going to make him think. And there are some other ideas as well. So you've got this as an idea. You have to keep an eye on this f pawn very much. Knight d5, Soviet, exactly. I was just about to say this. Knight d5, defending and covering some very important dark squares. So I think Gukesh can play some very nice moves here. You only need to be careful about the passed pawn and yeah. Let me tell you another crazy stuff. Did you guys look at this? Rook d7, queen takes d7, queen takes here. I'm not sure that's strong enough on if it's worth it. You gotta sit down and calculate. It's difficult. So again, maybe rook g, rook here, queen takes, queen takes. You have to, there are so many tacticalities crazy in that potential of attacking. If you lure the queen away, you might grab the knight. Is this strong enough though? I'm not sure you want to play this. But maybe you want, because after knight d5, your knight is stronger than any of the two black rooks, so to speak. If you guys get my point. So may I just suggest, just think about the craziness of this idea. If you throw a rook here and this guy takes and you take, if you have a chance to perhaps play knight d5, I think this is serious. It's good. It's something to think about. I'm not sure if it's objectively working for white here. That's still a passed pawn. But anyway, yeah, that is true. It's the d2. That is true. It's just, all things considered, probably Gukesh should be going for the g file, and he should find a way knight d5 to defend this f4 pawn, and just play like this. Then get the other rook and make a battery here. Just nice and effective. So the ideal setup, the ideal setup would be for white knight to d5, rook to g1, the other rook over to g2, and play it like this, I guess. Absolutely, I agree on this one, Soviet. I think time would be the main problem for Alireza. Actually, we're going to be a problem for both players, but particularly for Alireza, because you can't think outside of time. You are time bound, and if you're lacking time, Your thinking is suffering. So yeah. Let me try something. In this very position, I think it's guys, I think it's quite equal. It's I mean, it's complicated for a human, but I think it's probably a sort of like what? A 0.5 or 0 minus 0.5. It's something like this. As soon as you play knight d5, there is nothing for this black knight, and whatever rooks, they can be traded off. So I guess it's kind of equalish. Let's find out the objective truth. White's better though. It's better, but I don't see. Okay, yeah, okay. It's difficult to capitalize. But maybe for Gukesh easier because he got 11 minutes. It's very tough. Of course it's risky. What kind of question is that? It's very risky. Everything's risky here. There is nothing not risky. Soviet. You go low on time, you play a super grandmaster, you have to be very careful with every single move you play. Everything is terribly risky. And the psychological impact is massive now. I mean, it's more psychological than simple chess puzzle because this is probably a position they could just play it any day. But it's the fatigue. They tired. They're stressed. They. So I like knight d5. That holds everything. It could be. It could be. Yeah. It's a problem. But I'm looking at Gukesh and I can see that actually he didn't move nothing. Yes. I reckon White is going to find it a bit easier due to the time, which is a bit more for Gukesh. And I think he is going to step by step improve positionally with a knight on d5. And he's going to get the rooks over to the g file and maybe you're going to find some tactics. And another idea, if I may, guys. After knight d5, presumably he's going to do some knight on d5. If White plays something like g and then here, you're going to be attacking this guy twice, So there are good ideas for White to increase the attack. Again, he needs to make sure that... Oh, queen f2. Okay. Queen f2. Oh, I think I know why. Well, there's many ideas. I was expecting knight d5. Queen f2, to my understanding, means that he wants to also go for this. And maybe this and this. Of course, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. So he wants to get rooks double on the d file. He wants to get the queen on the h. He wants to play rook d7, and you might have something. You might have something. You are attacking. You do attack. So it could be. It could be. Yeah, queen h5 is very good too. So if you manage to get the white queen over to h5, to h4, apologies. If you get queen to h4, I think it's awesome. Queen to h4. And I'm looking at the time, 3 minutes for Ali Reza. He got 4 more moves. He needs to find 4 more moves. 4 more moves, and he's gonna get half an hour. That's what it is. It is absolutely superb game. And again, it's the psychology behind it. That's enormous. The emotional toll is crushing. And these moments are very difficult, including at this level, maybe more than anything at this level. Rook to g6, act of desperation. Well, act of desperation. It's a normal stuff. But that doesn't preclude white from playing queen to h4. It might be something with the g3 square. I'm not fully correct about this one, but queen h4 is not stopped by... what? Queen h4. Yeah. Yeah, there are all sorts of good ideas. Oh, absolutely, queen h4 now more than ever. MLS. My friends, queen h5 more than ever now. Yes. Yes. I think if Gukesh throws a queen h4 now, with the potential that... Okay, what the heck? Oh, okay. Rook back on E. He is actually sanctioning, he is punishing Ali Reza because he gave him the f5 square. So actually now, oh my god, he threatens something very serious. Gee, this guy is relentless. I think Alireza might succumb to pressure and to this kind of threats. Very difficult. You've got 2 minutes on the clock. You've got no increment. You've got to produce 3 very good moves now, or you are toast. So my God, this is a pure defensive move. Knight g7, pure defensive move. Which one works here, guys? Yeah, exactly. I did say that because we want to do... That's the old idea with doubling the rooks on the D, playing eventually rook d7, going along the 7th rank. If you're lucky enough to... Wait a minute. Why didn't... Oh, okay. No. This one works a treat. This one works a treat. Yeah, I think black's falling apart now. No, it's difficult from a positional point of view, Soviet. I think you're gonna falling apart now because after rook d7, I don't know. How do you stop rook d7, by the way? That doesn't cut it. Okay, there is something. Doesn't mean anything. Nope. Rook d7 all day. Rook d7, queen h5, queen g2, and you're in serious trouble. I suspect, right? So Gukesh now maybe needs to give it 1 more minute max. He needs to decide, press the acceleration and go with rook d7. This is serious. Is there any checkmate threat? Yeah, it is queen to h5 and then queen to g2. And what is then? What's what? That's absolutely very good for white. Of course, queen g2 defending h3 if queen were to make it on h5. So less than a minute for Alireza. Gukesh to move. Move number 39. Move number 39 here. What fabulous games, guys. What a fabulous day today for the chess. Queen f6, says Arseni. So let me look at his idea. Queen f6. Anyway, this is white's turn to play, Arseni. So rook d7, queen f6, you're saying. But then don't we have a problem with the other rook over to g? With some serious attacks here? I'm not sure what to say about queen f6. Queen f6, rook d7. So rook d7 now. By the way, it's white's turn to play, Arseni. It's not black's. It's white's turn to play. So rook d7 now. And I don't know what you want to play with black. Queen f1 is a bit too passive, don't you think? It's not necessary to play it now. Queen f1 cuts off the rook if you want to play this kind of some point. So assuming you want to do rook d7, which is great. It's always great. Even if you consider the long game of removing the b7 pawn and creating pass and da. So rook d7 makes a great job if they were to be played. And okay, that's pinning the knight and pressurizes this. Maybe that's for the better. Maybe that's even better. The reason is very obvious. But now, yeah, he blocked with the rook. There you go. So I'm not sure. I think he needs to go back with d7 because that doesn't work. So rook g d1. Go with rook d7. I think he should have played rook d7. At least you grab a pawn, if not more than just a pawn. Queen f1 Soviet was... Nah, I'm not sure. It's just overly defensive and it doesn't... I don't think it's that... Yeah, there you go. Rook gd. He should have played this in the first place, damn it. Okay, so he got the rook where it was supposed to be because you want to play rook d7. Of course you want to play rook d7. You always wanted to play rook d7. Come on, you can't... Okay, they've got a half an hour. Okay, they've got a half an hour, guys. They have the half an hour now. I think we're going to see... Oh my god, what a long day. 23... Oh my god, these guys are maniacs. No, they're just actually super... Gukesh wants to win. I think he's going to win it. If he plays this one nicely, he should be winning it. He's going to come with 8.5 points. Yeah. Oh, are they still playing it? Thanks for the reminder. Are they still... Oh my god. These guys are crazy. What is going on? Yeah, we did say knight f5, people. We did say knight f5. Again, very defensive, but you don't have too many options anyway. Bishop to c3 to allow the free circulation of the rook. Bishop d2, you don't have too many. Okay. No, that's going to be a draw. No, this is going to be a draw, Soviet. Because the bishop covers all the dark squares from the knight. You don't have any points of access. You can't attack nothing with the knight. The dark square white bishop is not going to do nothing. You just do nothing. The c5 is currently defended. How you bring two attackers on c5? If you can tell me how do you attack c5 twice, I'm willing to look at this. I mean, how do you attack? Maybe this? Maybe this? I've asked the question. I might have found an answer. I'm not fully convinced, but it might be something. Any pawn matters absolutely. Yes, MLS, exactly right, my friends. Bishop e3, queen f2, and looks like something. And any attempt to push the b pawn is weakening furthermore the black's king. So bishop e3, queen f2, quite decent here. Especially if you throw some a5 and takes. I think it's interesting. It's getting... I think maybe a bit too early to call it a draw, this game in particular, because I think bishop e3, queen f2 they changed the dynamics here. Oh, am I lagging now? I'm sorry, guys. It's nothing I could... Oh, you lagging. Oh, okay. No worries, man. So bishop e3, queen f2. And I think the game is playable for a while, a bit longer. It's playable. This knight is the hero of the day. You have to keep this knight here at all costs. But then again, I think that's very good. Coupled with this. Maybe there is something to this. After all, I don't know. Maybe after one more hour, there is something to this. Blimey. Jesus. Crazy. Absolutely sick. Fabulous game. Guys, these games are absolutely jewels. They are so beautiful. Especially this ones now with Prag and Fabi and Gukesh and Ali Reza. They are magnificent. So that's what I see currently now for white and black. I really want to go back to Gukesh. I want to see what the guys played. They didn't play a damn thing. Gukesh didn't move nothing. Rook d7 all day here. You increase the pressure on the 7th rank, implicitly attacking the pawn, which is all yours. That pawn is all yours. That pawn matters absolutely. Maybe the key for white to win is exactly removing the b pawn, so you can clear the way for a c pawn to moving and stuff. So rook d7 is important. I don't know where the white queen goes. I don't know. If they go here, you could do this. Queen g2, defending against the checkmate. Further pressure on g7. Black needs to defend again. And I don't know what magic they could do. Oh, actually, there's no magic. They play rook g6. They play rook g6. And I don't know what to say. You have to move the queen, right? This one also not over. These games are going to be played to the very last second, my friends. These two games are going to be going for the next hour. That's okay, MLS. No worries, brother. It's okay. Modern Tal, you can't go for the draw with white here, and not in Gukesh's position. You want to push for the victory. You can't go with the draw. You are 7.5 points. You need this. You need this point. The position is promising a lot of potential. You might be able to grab the b7 pawn, which means you are winning if you're removing that pawn. So let's assume nothing happens on the g file. Let's assume they can defend and stuff. You're still more than able to take the b7 pawn, and that means you're winning medium long term, because you got a c pawn and the b pawn free to move up the board. So only for this particular reason, Gukesh should be winning and pressing for victory here. And actually, I'm going to make a little game. I'm going to say there is a plus 0.90, if not plus 1 something more. I think this is very advantageous for black at this stage, particularly after rook d7. I hope I'm not terribly wrong. Let's see if I'm correct. Well, it's just plus 0.48. I think enough for a win. And it's based on precisely rook d7. Precisely rook d7. And now I'm going to take it one step forward. I'm going to play rook d7 and see how the Valbar reacts to this. Blimey, I mean, what can be wrong about this? Plus 0.00. How the hell is this a draw? How on earth rook d7 is a draw now? Why? Because of this, because of this, because of this? Are you serious? Rook d7 is a draw now? Since when? Jesus Christ. That is revolting. How crazy. Rook d7 is a draw? Why? Only because rook g6? Why is this a draw, guys? Why rook d7 is a draw, for Christ's sake? Why is this a draw? What are you supposed to do? Rook d8? Jesus. I don't know. I thought this one provides you the pawn, if not something else. And the pawn matters absolutely. I don't know why rook d7 draws. All of a sudden, white's advantage had disappeared. I really do not know. There is a plus 0.48 for white, but it's not an easy position. Yeah, it could be tie breaks. It could be Arseni. It could be very well. Yes. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yes. Yes, it could be with queen h5, exactly as you say, Arseni. So it could be just a repetition. Yep, yep, yep. I agree, my friend. Yep, I do agree. Yes, it could be very well that rook d7 would be queen h5, and then you're gonna have to play queen g2, right? Or queen f1. Which one is it? And then what? Rook g6, right? And okay. Surprising though. Surprising and difficult. If it wasn't difficult, they would have moved already. So they haven't moved. So it is very difficult. One last look. Let's see, Fabi and Prague. What on earth did they do here? Okay. These guys as well. By the way, my friends, these guys will also be playing for the next hour. These are games that will last a full hour guaranteed. Both these games. Prague Fabi gonna play for the next hour. And Gukesh with Ali Reza are gonna play for the full hour. For sure. Very difficult game. You have to start thinking the whole universe again and again and again. Do you trade? You don't trade. If you don't trade, where do you move the queen? And so forth. You traded. Okay. Probably a draw. Probably a draw. No, they don't have any other... Nothing. At the end of this, if I understood correctly, there is nothing else. You need to find whatever you can in this amount of time, if I remember correctly, and that's about it. Right, they're gonna be playing for sure. But guys, for me, it's been like more than 4 hours now, and sadly I have to take a break. I have to take a break for the time being. I do want to thank you very much for your presence, my dear friends. And hopefully, guys, I might be seeing you tomorrow. I reckon 8 p.m.-ish UK time, so we can watch together the 14th round, perhaps, together. And I'm sure with your ideas, we're going to be having a lot of revelations and insights. So, guys, thank you again. Enjoy the remainder of the games, the remainder of the day. And I'll see you guys soon enough. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, people, so we can stay in touch. And I'll see you soon. Thanks, everyone, very much.